Chapter 103. After dealing with the Ankhegs, the road leading to the brick kiln factory continued to be repaired. The construction of the kiln factory had been completed, but the first batch of bricks would take some time to be fired. Sulen patrolled the territory once a day. With the black-maned horse, patrolling the territory had become very convenient. What was interesting was that he actually met a lone adventurer in the wilderness today. One had to know that there were all kinds of monsters in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to travel alone was either stupid or very confident in their own strength. It was noon, and Sulen was about to find a tree to rest and eat when he met the adventurer. It was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He had a square mouth, a wide nose, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. There was nothing special about him. He wore ordinary linen clothes with many patches, and the edges were already covered in fur. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. His limbs were thick and strong, and his body was also very strong. This kind of body was very suitable for heavy infantry. When Sulen saw him, there was already a mauler bear lying nearby. The creature that had made Hathaway suffer had become someone else's prey. Sulen noticed that the mountain bear was killed by Zhang Tai's bare hands, which was amazing. Although the mountain bear was just a knight-level creature, if a knight fought it with bare hands, he or she would be killed by it in a few seconds. However, the man in front of him could kill it with bare hands, which indicated that he was really powerful. Is he a warrior monk? Sulen thought to himself. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Sulen's first thought was that he was a warrior monk. Sulen jumped off his horse and came to the middle-aged man's side. He asked politely, "Master, are you here to train in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded solemnly, but did not say anything. Martial monks had many commandments, one of which was silent meditation. Every time a martial monk received a commandment, their strength would increase. The more commandments they received, the more powerful the martial monk would be. Basically, all warriors monks did not use weapons, except for some special gloves. They also did not wear armor, but this did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the elemental resistance of a warrior monk was very high. They relied on their hands to fight. Although they did not use weapons, they had special techniques that could release powerful destructive power. The most typical one was penetrating force, which was a bug-like existence. It could ignore any armor and directly attack the human body. It was very similar to the effect of hitting a bull through a mountain in the novels of his previous life. There was also the inching forward attack, which was also very strong. It gathered all the power into one point and then exploded in an instant. Most of the time, martial monks would go to the wilderness or other places with harsh environments alone to temper their will. At the same time, they would comprehend the power of nature or the unity of man and nature. Speaking of which, this class had the strongest willpower among all the classes. They were almost immune to most charm spells and mind spells. After experiencing all kinds of cruel tempering, their willpower and beliefs were incomparably firm. Legend has it that legend rank monks can ignore the charm of the succubus queen Mechanut. She is the succubus queen, a legendary existence that can charm gods and make gods fall. From this, it could be seen how perverted these guys were. It was not difficult to become a martial monk. The strength of a martial monk was related to the number of precepts they had received. For example, the advanced class of martial monks was called ascetic monk. The requirements of this class could be said to be abnormal. They were required to completely give up all worldly wealth, fame, and all kinds of material comforts. They did not use any weapons or extraordinary equipment. At the same time, they often went to places with harsh environments to practice and temper their will. These ascetic monks were also the most powerful group of martial monks. After Sulen learned of this class, he directly stayed away. In his mind, if obtaining great power was not for a better life and enjoyment, then what was the use of this power? What was the use of this iron staff? Becoming an ascetic monk was indeed very powerful, but once he violated the precepts, a part of his power would disappear. If he wanted to recover, he would need to undergo another redemption ceremony. Many martial monks gave up in the process of receiving the precepts. Not everyone had the perseverance to give up all kinds of material comforts. For these people, Sulin was still very respectful. These people's will and beliefs were too strong. The martial monk used the mountain bear to exchange some dry food with Sulin. It was not that martial monks did not eat meat, but they did not eat meat when they were practicing. They only drank water and ate some simple dry food. As long as this practice was successful, the strength of the martial monk would be improved by leaps and bounds. If the profession that wizards hated the most was rogues, then the profession that they did not want to face the most was the martial monk. At most, rogues would do some petty theft. They would steal things from the wizard tower when the wizard was not at home. As long as there were enough hidden magic traps, these thieves would die miserably. But martial monks were different. High-grade martial monks had amazing resistance to all kinds of spells, and the attacks of martial monks could directly pass through the magic shield. Facing those martial monks, even high-grade wizards would have a headache. After Sulin had a meal with him, he left with the mountain bear. Originally, he wanted to invite the martial monk to his territory as a guest. After all, many of these martial monks were fighting masters. If he could learn some skills from him, it would be very helpful to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the martial monk refused Sulin's invitation. He had already started practicing, and going to Sulin's territory would affect his practice. When they were cultivating, they would not go near crowded places. In their opinion, crowded places had too much mortal aura, which would affect their communication with nature. At that time, Sulin wanted to say that the highest level was to train one's mind in the mortal world. If one could understand nature and train one's will in the mortal world, then one would be a real master. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if he fooled the martial monk? After returning to the camp, he went to the barracks. In the barracks, the drow Aten was training new recruits. According to Sulin's request, Aten was teaching these new recruits to become qualified scouts. Pay attention to your feet, Aten said in a low voice, and then said, as a scout, you must pay attention to your feet because you need to often go to dangerous areas. There are many traps in many places. Once you make a mistake, it means that your life has entered the countdown. The enemy will not give you a second chance. Look carefully. Your footsteps must be light and alert at all times. You have to make yourself as agile as a cat. That's how you can live for a long time. Don't take too big a step. Remember the places you have walked. When you retreat, try to walk where you have walked before so that it is not easy to step on traps. Chapter 104. The weapon in your hand is your only guarantee. Hold it tight. You need to use it to protect yourself at critical moments. Aten was training a recruit seriously. Even when Sulin arrived, he was not distracted at all. However, the recruit was distracted when he saw Sulin. He was then smashed to the ground with a wooden stick. If you were on the battlefield just now, you would be dead. You can't be distracted in battle. You don't have a second life to make up for your mistakes. I'm sorry, instructor. The recruit ignored the pain and got up from the ground. His expression became serious, and he started training again. Perhaps in front of the Lord, the young man wanted to show off. This time, his attacks were much fiercer. Aten was still calm. He blocked and instructed, you can't be impatient at any time. Look at other people's attacks clearly. Don't rush to attack. When facing attacks, you have to learn to dodge. Scouts don't have shields, but that doesn't mean they can't defend. You have to learn to parry with weapons. Don't worry about the means in close combat. The recruit had just parried the wooden sword when he was kicked in the crotch by Aten. It's not only swords that can threaten you. Enemies on the battlefield will do anything. The poor recruit lay on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Aten had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Stand up. Although the cruel training method made these recruits suffer, it also allowed them to grow quickly. Well, today's training will end here. If you want to become a qualified scout, you still need to learn a lot. Remember to practice more when you go back. Aten threw the wooden sword on the weapon rack and walked to Sulin. Monseigneur, you're here, the drow said respectfully. Yes. Sulin nodded and pointed to the young man who was leaving. How's the training going? Monseigneur, although they learn quickly, their strength is still far from enough. Aten hesitated for a moment before saying, Monseigneur, these people don't have a good foundation. Their future achievements are limited. Of course, Sulin knew that these people had poor foundations. However, with the system's bonuses, their levels would increase after participating in a few more battles. However, it was basically impossible for them to break through to become heroes unless Sulin was willing to let them use their self-created hero templates. Most importantly, this item was too rare. So far, he had only obtained one. It would be a waste to use it on these people. The last time he hunted an Ankheg, he only received some EXP and no treasure chest. After the water supply system was completed, the construction of the public baths in the territory was also completed. Due to Sulin's mandatory requirement, both humans and barbarians were forced to bathe every day. After a period of time, even without Sulin's request, they would involuntarily bathe. Although the Northgard Castle was not big and had a small population, it was the best in terms of hygiene and hygiene among humans. Public baths. Good hygiene can make you healthier and the city more prosperous. Hygiene +5, health +5, prosperity +3. Of course, in addition to the public bathrooms, Sulin also built a number of high-end baths. These bathrooms were built with marble, and the inside was also carefully carved by a sculptor. They were designed for the use of rich businessmen and nobles. If he asked these people to bathe in the public baths with ordinary people, they would definitely refuse. The social class system in this world was much stricter than in his previous life. If you asked a noble and a commoner to use the same baths, they would feel that you were insulting them and would immediately fall out with you. Sulin naturally would not make such a mistake. Although he advocated equality in his previous life, the various clubs and clubs were not open to ordinary people. After the public baths were completed, Sulin added a decree to the town. Anyone who entered the town, regardless of race, had to clean themselves up before they could live in the town. The promulgation of this decree made many people speculate whether Sulin was a germaphobe. However, no matter how much they criticized him, they had to follow Sulin's instructions. Because the brick kiln factory had to produce a large amount of bricks, relying solely on manual labor was too slow. Sulin planned to build a water wheel here to provide power. There were many processes in the brick kiln factory that required a lot of manual labor. Crushing clay, mixing water, pressing bricks, cutting strips, and cutting embryos could all be done with machinery. Sulin also wanted to try and see if he could make a simple production machine with the help of water power. He was already very familiar with the construction of the water wheel. This time, Sulin did not use gear links. Instead, he chose to use belts. After all, gear links were too time-consuming and expensive. The brick kiln factory did not need such complicated equipment. If overly complicated equipment was damaged, Sulin would have to personally repair it. Therefore, the equipment here was simpler and easier to repair. Crushing clay and mixing clay did not require much precision. It was better to use belts. However, ordinary belts were easily deformed and would need to be replaced soon. In the end, Sulin asked Hathaway for some leftovers of the Gale Tiger's skin to make belts. At the same time, he also boiled some glue from the water monster's body. He used the glue to glue the Gale Tiger's skin into 3 layers. After that, he made the belts. The belts made in this way finally met the requirements. They were much better than the belts used in factories in his previous life. It took him 3 days to complete the basic equipment. Water wheel, sturdiness +15, durability +18, hydraulic transmission +20, water lifting +16 disintegrator, mechanical power +15, crushing +17, smooth operation +17 mixer, mechanical power +15, uniform speed mixing +18, smooth operation +16 conveyor, sturdiness +18, abrasion resistance +15. Power transmission +18. Although these machines were simple, they were sturdy and durable. They were easy to maintain and would not break easily. As the water wheel slowly rotated, the disintegrator rotated along with the belt. A large amount of clay was poured into the disintegrator. After adding other ingredients, the clay was crushed into fine particles. The crushed clay was poured into the mixer and mixed with water. Soon, the clay was formed. After that, it was rolled and cut into shape and sent to the warehouse to dry in the shade. The process of drying in the shade took a long time. After the bricks were dried in the shade, they were sent to the kiln to be calcined. Only then could they produce sturdy and durable bricks. Although such bricks and stones were not as strong as the wall made by directly mining large pieces of rock, they were not much worse. After the bricks and stones were built, Su Luan released a mud to stone, and after merging them into one, they would not be worse than the rock wall. Compared to digging rocks, the cost of bricks was much lower. More importantly, the expansion of the city and the construction of houses required a large amount of bricks. P.S. Thank you to Buy-in for the 200 coins tip. Fu Ming thanks you. Chapter 105. The houses in the town were no longer built using bricks. The houses that were built this way did not look good. They were only used as temporary housing. Now that the brick kiln factory had been built, the houses in the future would be built with bricks. Sullen's plan had divided the inner and outer city into 5 zones. 2 residential zones, 1 trading zone, 1 military zone, and 1 noble zone. The 2 residential zones were divided into the rich zone and the commoner zone. Apart from selling some of the houses to the slaves and commoners, the rest of the houses would be sold. Other than the trading zone, a large number of shops and a commercial street were planned to be built in the trading zone. The military zone was close to the inner city. According to Sullen's plan, the city could accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 people after it was completed. Since they had a good water supply system, Sullen planned to build a few fountains in the town. Apart from the large fountains in the noble zone and the commercial zone, the rest of the fountains were scattered around the city. Sullen had already planned everything in advance when the city was being developed. At the same time, he had also reserved a lot of empty land for the development of the town. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the wasteland. A caravan was traveling through the wasteland toward the Northgard fortress. The caravan was not traveling at a fast pace. A group of people in tattered clothes was following the caravan. Judging by their appearance, they were most likely refugees. Since Sullen had set a rule that only a certain number of refugees could trade with him, the caravans had no choice but to follow the rule. The refugees in front of them were brought here by the caravan. In order to ensure that the caravan would not be half-hearted, Sullen rewarded each refugee with a kinner. Daddy Khan, when will we arrive at the Northgard fortress? A skinny boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old asked the middle-aged man leading the caravan. Little Kevin, go back to the team and don't run around, the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, this is the wilderness. There are goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who eat humans everywhere. Their favorite food is tender children like you. Daddy Khan, I've grown up. I'm not afraid of those stinky goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, little Kevin said while waving his little fist. Is that so? Little Kevin has grown up. Khan smiled and patted his head with his big, rough hand. Daddy Khan, don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore, Kevin said unhappily. Good. Little Kevin has grown up. Father Khan, you still haven't told me how long it will take for us to reach the Northgard fortress, asked Kevin. The steward said that if everything goes well, we will arrive at the northern fortress this afternoon. The middle-aged man looked at the caravan and said, when we arrive at the northern fortress, we can eat our fill. Little Kevin won't have to starve. When we get there, we'll have a house to live in, clothes to wear, and food to eat. We won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we'll have meat to eat. When little Kevin heard about meat, he couldn't help but gulp. Is there really meat to eat? Of course, there will be meat for sure, said Khan firmly. Enemy attack. Get into formation. At that moment, a mercenary on a horse rushed in from the front. Khan's expression changed when he heard that there was an enemy attack. He quickly put little Kevin on the cart and ordered the others to hide behind the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped when they heard that there was an enemy attack. The long caravan began to form a circle. All the mercenaries and caravan guards took out their weapons. Even the strong refugees were organized and given weapons. Soon, about 15 minutes later, the caravan completed the circle. At that moment, A large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness in the distance. It's gnolls. We're doomed. After seeing the monsters clearly, the refugees almost broke down when they saw the gnolls that were everywhere. These refugees used to live near the city. Those territories have been developed for hundreds of years. As long as they didn't leave the city, there wouldn't be any gnolls. Even goblins and kobolds would be killed by the patrolling soldiers. They had never seen so many gnolls in the wilderness. I don't want to die. I'm not married yet. One of the refugees broke down and cried. I shouldn't have believed their bullsh *t and come to the northern fortress. I want to go home. Shut up. The captain of the guards grabbed the refugee who was making the most noise and placed the long sword in his hand against the refugee's neck. If you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I'll kill you with my sword. Seeing the refugee nod his head, the captain humphed coldly and let him go. I'm telling you, the gnolls outside won't take prisoners. Once the caravan formation is broken, the guards and mercenaries might have a chance to fight our way out, but you will definitely die. Gnolls like to eat human flesh. They will kill you and eat you as soon as possible. Don't even think about surrendering. As for running away, the closest northern fortress is 30 kilometers away. You won't be able to outrun those monsters in the wilderness. So, you only have one choice, and that is to pick up your weapons and kill all the gnolls, or hold on until the reinforcement from the northern fortress arrive. There is no other choice. If you want to live, pick up your weapons, listen to the command, and fight them. Fight! Fight! The mercenaries and guards around the caravan roared together. The refugees who were trembling in fear a moment ago also regained their courage at this moment. Seeing the morale of the troops rising, the captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief. If those people's morale had collapsed, the guards and mercenaries would have been affected as well. If that happened, they would be in a really bad situation. After boosting the morale of the troops, the captain of the guards hurried to a carriage. There were already 2 people waiting in the carriage. Vader, what's the situation now? The manager of the caravan asked anxiously. We just calmed them down. The morale of the troops is not bad. We should be able to hold on for a while. There are too many gnolls this time. We can't fight them off at all. Now we need to light the beacon and ask for help from the northern fortress. Then light it up. Ask for help from the northern fortress. We brought hundreds of refugees with us this time. They are all urgently needed by the northern fortress. They will come. The manager of the caravan clenched his teeth and said, asking for help from a northern fortress was not without a price. Sulen was not a charity. It would cost at least 500 Kinar coins. As the manager of the caravan, he naturally had to reduce the cost to the minimum and maximize the profits at the same time. Selling sugar could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Paying 1/10 of that was enough to make his heart ache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to ask for help from the northern fortress. After making up their minds, no one hesitated anymore. The captain of the guards immediately lit the beacon in the middle of the caravan formation. Thick smoke rose into the air. The weather in the wasteland was clear today. The beacon was clearly visible in the wasteland. Soon, 3 pillars of smoke rose from the caravan formation. P.S. Thank you, Dawn and Night Rain, for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, Shimorujin, for the 999 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, King Coalboy, for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 106. Sullen's territory spanned 20 kilometers. In order to give early warnings, he had set up a few beacon towers around his territory and arranged for people to watch over them. Every day, the soldiers would pass by the beacon towers when they patrolled, and they would light up the beacon as soon as they discovered any enemy. There's a situation. There was nothing in the open wilderness. Standing on the beacon tower, they could clearly see the 3 beacons in the distance. That direction should be the caravan calling for help. Light the beacon. Soon, the beacon tower lit up, and the patrolling barbarian guards gathered at the beacon tower. Sulen, who was patrolling the territory, also hurried over. Soon, Sulen met the patrolling barbarian warriors at the beacon tower. Boss, the caravan must be in danger, and lit up the beacon to ask for help. Johnson, who had arrived earlier, said, bring some people to rescue them. Sulan looked at the distant beacon and ordered, "Be careful on the way, don't get ambushed." "Don't worry, boss." Johnson grinned and led 20 barbarian warriors to help. The weakest of these barbarian warriors was a barbarian warrior, and the strongest was a barbarian Greytax berserker. With Johnson, although there were only 20 of them, it was more than enough to deal with an army of 1,000. Although the native tribes in the wilderness had many people, they were far inferior to the human army in terms of probability and equipment. They would be easily defeated in a few charges, unless they encountered the ogre tribe from last time. However, after Sulan wiped out the Warhammer ogre tribe and piled up their heads, no ogre came here anymore. The caravan had more than 24 wheeled carriages. These carriages formed a large circle, and the carriages were connected by ropes or chains. The carriages were also equipped with large amounts of wooden planks. It seemed that the defense was good. Behind this circle of carriages, the refugees held spears, and the caravan guards and mercenaries were next to them. With a roar, hundreds of gnolls began to attack, followed by a large number of gnomes and kobolds. The monsters rushed to the front of the carts in a mess, and a rain of arrows shot out from the carts. A dozen of these monsters without armor were killed, but compared to the army of monsters, they were insignificant. The mercenaries relied on the carts to resist. These mercenaries cooperated well with each other. Kobolds and goblins were stabbed to death in front of the carts, and arrows were shot out from the carts. Soon, the carts were filled with monster corpses. However, in the face of such casualties, these monsters did not retreat at all. The tall gnolls also rushed forward. These gnolls looked tattered, but each of them had a decent metal weapon. Although those weapons were obviously crudely made, they still had good lethality. The rough mace hit the shield, and the shield creaked. There were many cracks on it, and it was obvious that the shield wouldn't be able to last much longer. The human mercenary holding the spear held his breath. The moment the gnoll attacked again, the spear shot out like a dragon and instantly pierced the gnoll's heart. However, even though he had killed one gnoll, there were more gnolls surrounding him. Under the heavy blows of the spike club, wood chips flew everywhere, and finally, with a bang, it was smashed into pieces. The archers in the back continuously shot their bows, and their arms were sore and weak. They could no longer shoot. Without the support of the archers, the carts were in even more danger. A refugee's spear pierced through a gnoll's chest, and then his head was smashed by a mace. Before his corpse could fall, it was torn to pieces by the gnolls. The gnolls gulped down the human flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out from the gaps between their sharp teeth, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Some of the more cowardly humans were so scared that their bodies trembled. They couldn't even hold their weapons properly, and the carts were about to collapse. At that moment, a dozen or so strong figures suddenly rushed out from the carts. These people wore armor and held sharp swords. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gnolls. The swords in their hands were aimed at the gnolls' vital points. The swords quickly slit the throats and hearts, and the figures left without stopping. The sudden attack caught the gnolls off guard. In just a few breaths, a dozen or so gnolls fell to the ground, clutching their throats and hearts. After attacking for a while, these people did not linger and retreated to the carts. The shield wielders and spear wielders moved forward again, using the carts to keep the monsters outside. After resting for a while in the rear of the carts, the archers began to shoot again. However, compared to the previous rain of arrows, there were only a few arrows, and their strength was far inferior. Several jack-o'-lanterns were hit by the arrows, but they still did not retreat. Furthermore, the arrows soon stopped once again. More and more gnolls rushed up. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked with all their might. They did not even try to dodge the attacks, and they fought without any regard for their lives. This kind of ferocious fighting style made it difficult for the humans to breathe. Seeing that the carts were once again in danger, the guard captain led a dozen or so warriors to charge out of the carts. Their attacks were still as fierce as before, but this time, the gnolls were prepared. Even though the results were quite good, some of the warriors who could not dodge in time were hit by the spike clubs. Their chests caved in, and they coughed up blood. Some of the blood was even mixed with pieces of their organs. It seemed that they would not survive. Even though they had paid a price, the carts once again stabilized. The spear wielders and shield wielders worked even better together. The shield wielders blocked the gnolls' attacks, and the spear wielders took the opportunity to stab at the gnolls' vital points. In the face of the endless gnolls, the casualties of the humans were increasing. Many of the sword and shield soldiers were continuously attacked. Their shields were broken, and their bones and tendons were broken. Some of the gnolls threw away their weapons and jumped over the carriages, trying to bite the enemy. However, most of them were stabbed in the chest by the warriors in the carts, and their heads were cut off. Under the gnolls' reckless attacks, the humans were completely suppressed. Even if the guard captain led the warriors to charge again, the effect was very limited. Even though they killed some gnolls, a few more warriors were killed by the gnolls without caring about the casualties. The boards on the carts were all shattered, and the chains used to connect the carts were violently cut off. The wooden stakes used to fix the carts were all broken. Seeing that there was hope for victory, the gnolls' morale became higher and higher, while the humans in the carts looked desperate. Chapter 107. The battle between the humans and the gnolls had reached its climax. In order to survive, all the mercenaries, guards, and refugees were doing their best. A gnoll had just smashed a human mercenary to death with its mace. Before it could retrieve its weapon, a spear pierced its throat and smelly blood gushed out. Before he could pull out his spear, a mace had already smashed his head into pieces. Under the continuous impact of the carts, a gap was finally created. The gnolls swarmed forward, wanting to rush in and kill the humans around them. The captain of the guards immediately led his men to block the gnolls. For a time, the humans and gnolls fought fiercely in this narrow passage. Because of the narrow space, the gnolls' heavy mace could not be used at all. Instead, they were killed by the humans. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes. The gap in the carts grew bigger and bigger, and the humans' resistance became weaker and weaker. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield spread far and wide. The animals in the wilderness had long fled the area in fear. The thick smell of blood covered the battlefield. Johnson finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the barbarian warriors. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the gnolls. The fierce battle had caused the gnolls to ignore their surroundings. Johnson suddenly attacked from behind with more than 20 barbarian warriors. These barbarians were wearing iron armor and wielded sharp giant axes in their hands. The gnolls did not expect the enemy to appear from behind. By the time they wanted to turn around and face the enemy, it was already too late. After activating Charge and Whirlwind Slash, the barbarians had become efficient killing machines. All the monsters in their way were crushed by the sharp giant axes. These barbarians were at least barbarian warrior level. They were very powerful. The sharp giant axes they wielded were like chopping vegetables. The giant axes swept across, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. They were even able to cut the gnolls' mace in half. The blades of the axes tore through flesh and bones. Colorful organs scattered on the ground, and then were stepped into the mud by the boots of the gnolls. The 20 barbarian warriors were like 20 sharp blades, tearing the entire battlefield into countless small pieces. The Jackallan army suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. The mercenaries, who were struggling to resist, suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. The gnolls, who were originally surrounding the carts, turned around and rushed towards the barbarians. But this time, they obviously kicked an iron plate. Anger and brutality could not make them strong. When they saw their companions being cut down like wheat, death and fear once again took over. Facing the barbarian warriors on the side of the killing god, the morale of the gnolls collapsed. They scattered in all directions, trying to escape. The humans, who were originally prepared to fight to the death, saw that the gnolls were defeated. Their morale soared, and they rushed out of the carts to chase after the gnolls. It was just that they were already exhausted and had no strength to chase after him after relaxing just now. The barbarian warriors stopped after completely defeating the gnolls. Their mission was to rescue the caravan, not to kill the gnolls. After the caravan, people cleaned up the battlefield. The caravan set off again. Johnson was by their side as a guard. The mercenaries and guards were very respectful towards the 20 barbarian warriors. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful these barbarian warriors were. When the refugees found out that these barbarian warriors were from the northern castle, they were even more curious about it. With such powerful warriors, it must be very safe. Northern castle in the endless wasteland. The first thing that appeared on the ground was a black dragon. The guards and mercenaries who had been here before screamed excitedly. This journey was very unforgettable for them. Many people had disappeared in this distance. At the same time, they also needed a safe place to rest and recover. The attitude of the guards and mercenaries made the refugees sigh in relief. In order to survive, they dragged their families and risked their lives to cross the 300-mile wasteland. Now, they were finally at the end. Khan was lucky that he didn't die in the last battle. Instead, he killed 2 gnolls with the mercenaries, which improved his relationship with the guard a lot. The refreshing wind blew across the wasteland, and the black line in the distance became more and more obvious. Soon, they found a neat gravel road under their feet. The road snaked all the way to the town in the distance. Large tracts of farmland began to appear. At this point, they could finally clearly see the long dragon crawling on the ground. It was a majestic building that looked like a viaduct. One side was connected to the river, and the other side was connected to the town. On the river, there were 4 giant things that looked like wheels. Everything in front of them was very shocking to the refugees who had lived in the northern provinces since they were young. The vision of the civilians in this world was very limited. Many of them had never been more than 30 kilometers away from a village in their entire lives. When they saw such a majestic building in front of them, they were all shocked. The Northgard fortress appeared on top of the mound. It wasn't a big place, but the environment was astonishing. Thousands of goblins, hound-head men, and gnolls were working under the whips of the overseers outside the fortress. The invincible aura they exuded fascinated the refugees. The closer they got to the Northgard castle, the more shock they felt. Those ferocious gnolls, goblins, and kobolds were as small as dust under their feet. We'll be there soon. After fighting together, the guards of the caravan had become a lot more familiar with Khan. They looked at this rough-looking man and said with a smile, "When you get to the town, someone will make arrangements for you. As long as you work hard in the Northgard castle, you will have enough to eat. If you work hard for a few years, you can buy farmland and a house. The Sulan Monsignor is a powerful and benevolent noble. You don't have to worry about your safety here. However, you have to be careful. There are a lot of rules here. You must follow them seriously, or you will be punished severely." "Brother, what are the rules here? Can you tell me about them?" Khan said worriedly. "It's nothing, actually. The Lord here is a little obsessed with cleanliness. He says that everyone has to pay attention to hygiene, bathe frequently, and don't litter or pee anywhere. Otherwise, if you get caught by the security, the lightest punishment will be cleaning the toilets and the streets," the guard said after some hesitation. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Furthermore, when he mentioned cleaning the toilets and sweeping the streets, his eyes flickered a few times as if he still had a lingering fear. Of course, apart from these strict rules, this place is actually quite nice. As long as you work for the Lord, you can eat 2 free meals a day. There is even fish meat inside. Chapter 108. Fish? Is there really meat? Khan said in surprise. Of course, the guard said with a smile. All right, we have to go to the market now. See you later. He patted Khan's shoulder and left. The refugees in the caravan had a place to settle down. There was a special shelter outside the town. All the refugees that came to the territory had to gather here first. Kevin, don't run around. Follow me closely, Khan said to the boy behind him. He then held Kevin's hand in one hand and a young woman's hand in the other as they walked towards the shelter. There were a dozen security guards around to maintain order. These refugees were very curious about the northern fortress. In their eyes, this place was too clean. The cobblestone road was spotless. There was no smell of feces in the air. There was no obvious stench on the people's bodies. It was different from all the cities they had seen along the way. There were even flowers and plants on both sides of the road. Con, is that a bridge? The girl asked as she pointed at the aqueduct not far away. I don't know. The bridge should be on top of the river. It's too majestic. The most eye-catching structure in the northern fortress was the aqueduct. In this era, there were very few structures that were more than 10 meters tall, let alone a structure that was a few kilometers long and 35 meters tall. In the eyes of the refugees, it was a miracle. As they walked along the flat gravel road, there were many people observing this group of refugees. However, no one disturbed them because they also had their own jobs. If they were found to be lazy, then their points would definitely be deducted. Their points were related to their future farmland and housing. They could not afford to be careless. Khan and the others soon arrived at the refugee shelter. The officials at the shelter took out a piece of parchment paper to check and register all the refugees. After everyone was registered, they were led to a public bathroom at the side to take a bath. Surprisingly, everyone was given 2 sets of clothes. Although they were only coarse linen clothes, they were much better than what they were wearing. Everyone, listen up. After you showered, change into new clothes. Someone will bring you to have a meal. Throw your old clothes here. Those who don't change into new clothes won't get to eat. A worker said to the refugees. After that, all the refugees entered the public bathhouse in batches to take a shower. After bathing and changing into new clothes, the refugees no longer looked like beggars. After that, Khan brought his wife and Kevin to have dinner with a staff member. The place to eat was very close to here. Everyone was assigned a plate and spoon and then lined up to get the rice. Surprisingly, apart from a portion of mashed potatoes, everyone also had a portion of fish soup. The last time Khan had eaten meat was when he caught a rabbit a few months ago. He did not expect to have fish soup to drink as soon as he arrived here. A bowl of fish soup was not much, and everyone finished it clean. Even the fish bones were licked until there was not a trace of meat left. After the meal, the previous staff member led them to their rooms. Those with families were assigned according to their families. Those who were single were assigned to a room. The room was newly built. Although it was not big, it was clean and tidy. There were already blankets inside. Compared to where they used to live, this place could be said to be heaven. Soon, a guard came to tell them that they could not go to those places. Those places were forbidden. At the same time, there were various rules and laws in the territory. At the same time, the house they were living in now did not belong to them. It was only for them to stay temporarily. If they wanted to live in a house, they would need to exchange money and points. Apart from today's food, from tomorrow onwards, they would need to work to obtain food. Every day, they would earn points and money according to their work. If they wanted to obtain better food, better housing, or farmland, they would need to work hard. If they had skills, they could also report to their superiors and undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, they would be assigned to suitable positions such as masons, blacksmiths, carpenters, brewers, carvers, and so on. Women who knew how to cook and sew clothes were all advantages. If they did not have skills, it was fine too. They could do manual labor, such as manual labor or digging. The daily pay was at least 30 copper nars, and the highest was 70 copper nars. The pay was a little lower than in Cult City, but working in Northgard Castle provided meals every day, and at least one meal had meat and points. Points were very important here. If one wanted to buy farmland or a house, they would need a certain amount of points. If they did not have enough points, they would have to pay double or even triple the price. Houses and land. After hearing these words, Khan's eyes instantly became burning hot. As a commoner, he had 3 brothers. However, only his eldest brother had the right to inherit his father's land and house. He and his younger brother could only leave home when they reached adulthood and work for the nobles. If the nobles did not need them, they would have to go to the city to find work and become refugees. To them, nothing was more attractive than land and houses. If they could get a piece of land, they would be able to gain a foothold in Northgard Castle. It cost a lot of points to exchange for land and houses. Ordinary people would have to work hard for about 3 years to get a piece of land or a house. Of course, if they were married, it would be much faster. Of course, if they didn't want to use this method to exchange points for houses and farmlands, they could also sign up for the army. The North Town Fort also had a military merit system for soldiers. Compared to the points, the cost of exchanging for farmlands and houses was much lower. As long as they participated in killing a few enemies, they could earn enough points to exchange for land and houses. At the same time, what was even more exciting was that when they reached a certain level of military points, they could exchange for a noble title from the Lord. Of course, this noble title was the lowest level of knighthood. This title did not come with land. It only gave them some benefits in the territory and a higher status. Other than that, there were no other benefits. However, there were still many people who wanted to exchange for knighthood. Khan clenched his fists. Today he had killed 2 gnolls on the battlefield. Although it was a joint effort, it gave him the courage to join the army. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Khan was full of affection for this place. This was because in this city, he saw something that he would never see anywhere else. Hope. P.S. Thank you to Finger for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 2019080310222585 for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Lonely for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 109. The civilians in this world were actually very easy to satisfy. As long as you gave them hope, they would burst forth with shocking power. You didn't have to pay too much. Just give them a chance, and they would work hard. They wanted houses, fields, and a better life. All of this required them to work hard. In the Northtown Castle, Sulin was instilling a habit, and that was to rely on their own hard work to earn a better life. The next day, the new refugees went to the test site and work site. Those who didn't have skills went to work, and those who did had to go to the test site. Khan was going to sign up for the army. His wife was going to do some tailoring. Even little Kevin was going to sign up for work. There was a lot of work to be done in the Northtown Castle. With Sullen's decision to expand the outer city, the entire outer city became a construction site. There were too many houses to be built, a lot of building materials to be transported, and all kinds of living materials to be made. It could be said that there was a need for manpower everywhere. Khan had killed a gnoll manager, and his physical fitness was also qualified. He successfully joined the army and became a new recruit. After becoming a new recruit, he had to train in the camp for 3 months to half a year. He could only officially join the army after passing the test. Although he couldn't go to the battlefield and earn military merits, as a new recruit, he would earn points as long as he met the standards of his daily training. On the first day of entering the camp, Khan didn't expect that their instructor would be a drow. In the legends of the human kingdoms, the drow was an evil existence. But here in the Northtown Castle, a drow was their instructor. Although he was confused, when he thought of the rules that the soldiers read out, Khan put away all his thoughts. The training was hard. The drow was very cold, and he would punish anyone who made a mistake. But the things he taught were very useful. For a better life, Khan gritted his teeth and persevered. When it was time for lunch, Khan realized that the food in the camp was much more sumptuous than yesterday. In addition to a piece of black bread and a bowl of fish soup, every soldier was given a piece of grilled meat. The meat was the size of a palm and was grilled to a crisp on the outside. Khan almost swallowed his tongue. The sumptuous lunch made him want to be a soldier who cooperated with him even more. Therefore, during the afternoon training, Khan became even more diligent. At night, the food in the barracks was still sumptuous. After the training ended, all the recruits left the barracks and returned to their living quarters. Returning to the small house once again, the other people in the surrounding rooms had also returned one after another. Although their bodies were exhausted after a busy day, these people who were still refugees yesterday were in high spirits. Some children were even playing around in the courtyard, and the adults would occasionally reprimand them. Seeing this scene, Khan suddenly felt much more at ease in his heart. Wasn't this scene what he had yearned for the most in the past? As long as he worked hard, he would be able to fill his stomach and feed his family. When he had enough points and money, he would be able to buy a piece of farmland that belonged to him. Sulen was lying in the Lord's castle, reading a book. It was the latest popular night novel in Cult City, called A Golden Scale is Not a Fish in the Pond. The main content of the book was about a commoner who worked hard to become a knight. Then, step by step, he became stronger and stronger, and finally he brought his wives to own his own territory and live a happy life together. The plot was full of ups and downs, and Sulin finished the novel in one breath. After finishing it, he felt a little bored, and it reminded him of many things from his previous life. I wonder if Tokyo is still hot, if the people are still vegetarian, if the sea breeze in the Caribbean is still salty, if the art in the San Fernando Valley is still full of youth and sweat. Sulin casually placed the book in the innermost part of the bookshelf and stretched his body. Then, he walked out of the room and headed to the blacksmith shop. He had obtained 5 sets of ankheg shells last time. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Sulin rode his horse all the way to the blacksmith shop. The whole territory was undergoing construction, and the refugees who had just arrived were also immersed in all kinds of work. The whole territory was thriving, and Sulin was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, Bruce personally came out to welcome Sulin when he heard that he had arrived. "Bruce, have the ankheg shells been processed?" Sulin asked directly. "Monseigneur, all the shells have been processed. A total of 5 sets of full-body plate armor and 50 shields have been made," Bruce said respectfully. Then, he ordered the other apprentices to bring the completed armor and shields over. Sulin casually picked up a set of plate armor. The armor was black in color and simple in design. He pressed his fingers on the armor with a little force. The armor was very tough, and the entire set of armor was very light. Plate armor, unnamed. Material, ankheg carapace. Weight, lightweight. This armor is made using the hardest part of an ankheg's carapace. Its defense is astonishing, yet it is extremely light. It is a rare treasure armor. Defense +3, toughness +2, lightness +2, acid resistance +10. This type of armor, which had the defense of a plate armor but only the weight of a light armor, was quite expensive. A brand new set of normal plate armor would cost around 1,000 gold nars. Since this type of light armor didn't have the weakness of metal armor against acid arrows, it was normal for the price to be several times higher. Many families would treat such a set of plate armor as a family heirloom. If Sulin was willing to sell it, he could easily sell it for 4,000 to 5,000 kinnar. After inspecting the 5 plates, Sulin looked at the shields made from the ankheg shells. The surface area of the ankheg shells was very large, so Brock had made them into large shields. Each shield was 3 meters tall and 90 centimeters wide. It was second only to a tower shield. Sulin picked up a shield and tested it. The shield was very tough, and the quality of the shields was also very light. Large shield, unnamed. Material, ankheg shell. Weight, light. This shield was made using the ankheg shells. It has amazing defense and is very light. Defense +3, toughness +2, acid resistance +8. There were more than 50 of these shields. Sulin planned to use them to train a group of heavy armor. Although the barbarian guards were strong, they were more used to attacking. This time, Sulin planned to build a defensive army. Once the barbarians went berserk, their entire command system would be paralyzed. The only thing they could think of was recklessness. They could charge and break through enemy lines, but they could not be counted on. The territory needed a group of heavy infantry, and these shields were light and tough. They were just right for the job. Chapter 110. Sulin's hero template came with the Lancer, which was the most common soldier type. It took a short time to train and was cheap. Of course, after a few upgrades, it was still very strong. Another point was that although the Lancer was not very good, it was the prerequisite for activating a few special soldier types. For example, the special soldier type formation breaker and great halberd warrior required the Lancer to advance. There were many other special soldier types in the system. For example, the special soldier type white horse cavalry, the special soldier type tiger leopard cavalry, the special soldier type mountain cavalry, the special soldier type unparalleled flying army, the special soldier type crossbow soldier, the the special soldier type Eagle Archer, and so on. There were also some powerful soldier types that the system did not introduce. Sulen could only choose from the Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior. Of these two, Sulen was more inclined towards the Formation Breaker. The system's evaluation of this unit was very simple. Every attack, no one is undefeated. Moreover, this unit was equipped with heavy infantry. To advance to this special soldier type, one must first upgrade the Lancer to the highest level and become the Spear Guard. Only then would one have the opportunity to advance to the Formation Breaker. The Lancer's initial advancement was the Recruit, Lancer, Elite Lancer, Heavy Armor Lancer, and finally the Spear Guard. Only the Spear Guard had the qualifications to advance to the Formation Breaker. According to the Division of Strength, the Heavy Armor Lancer was the Knight level, the Spear Guard was the Grand Knight, and the lowest level of the Formation Breaker was the Knight Commander. This level was not weaker than the Barbarian Act Berserkers. Moreover, compared to the Barbarians who liked to be reckless, the Formation Breaker was very disciplined. If the two sides really fought, the Barbarian Axe Berserker would definitely lose. It was not surprising that the Barbarians, with their terrible discipline, would be beaten up by the Formation Breaker. Sulen had already started to form the Lancer and Archer units. However, these two units did not have many people. The Lancer and Archer units were recruited from the refugees who came to the territory. The two units added together only had 40 people. Moreover, these refugees were in poor health. After all, as refugees, many of them did not have enough to eat. The first 1 or 2 months in the military camp were actually for them to nourish their bodies. The intensity of the training could only be said to be average. Only when their bodies recovered would the next step of training be carried out. Sulen's territory could be said to have gained a firm foothold. As long as he was not unlucky enough to be besieged by a large tribe, there would not be any major problems. Therefore, during this period of time, he had also begun to explore the surrounding wilderness. Because the Sierra de Lotus was to the north, a group of Cryopterists lived in the mountains, so he avoided this place and explored the east and south. In the northeast of the territory, there was a Centaur tribe. Owen's caravan would go there every once in a while to trade with the Centaurs. Although Owen was very cautious every time, Sulen still knew the general direction of the tribe, so he planned to open up a trade route with the Centaurs. Owen traded with the Centaur tribe for food and weapons in exchange for the Centaur longbows and horses. When Owen once again led the caravan to the Centaur tribe to trade, Sulen also sent people to form a caravan to follow. However, the goods they brought were different from Owen's. Sulen prepared wine. In the northern wilderness, the winter was very cold, so wine was very popular. However, because of the problem of food production, the wine production was not high. Moreover, it was rarely sold in the northern wilderness. After all, wine was not a necessity. Under Sulen's half-forced request, Owen could only agree to bring Sulen's caravan to the Centaur tribe. The construction of the territory was in full swing. The slaves and refugees were working hard. No one noticed that a black dot had appeared in the distant sky. The black dot quickly became bigger. In just a few breaths, the black dot became a huge monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. This monster was grayish-white. It had a pair of fleshy bat-like wings, but it was 100 times bigger than a bat. At the end of the wings was a pair of sharp claws. On its head was a sharp beak filled with sharp teeth. Its legs were even more terrifying. It looked very similar to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era. However, compared to the pterosaurs, this guy was much stronger. Cryopteris, a type of Colduron. These pterosaurs had flown to Sulen's territory. The territory was currently working. No one noticed Cryopteris. However, as Cryopteris continued to approach, the smell of a superior predator appeared. Dragon. It's a dragon. At this moment, a refugee inadvertently raised his head to take a look. He was completely stunned. What dragon? Hurry up and work. Otherwise, your points will be halved today. The supervisor beside him said impatiently, It's a dragon, a giant dragon. Run. The refugee who reacted threw down his tools and ran away. Seeing that the refugee threw down his tools and ran away, the supervisor shouted angrily, Come back, you better come back. Your points for today are gone. I still want. At this moment, the surrounding refugees were in an uproar. Dragon, it's a dragon. Run, run. The evil dragon is here. A strong wind pressure swept across the top of their heads. Many people were directly blown away by the strong wind. The powerful Cryopteris only circled above their heads once. The strong wind brought about by it was enough to throw many refugees off their feet. The surroundings were filled with the screams of monsters and humans who were struggling for their lives. Cryopteris came quickly and left quickly. It only circled once before flying away. Only the group of trembling humans and monster slaves were left behind. A huge black shadow flew into the sky. Cryopteris's ferocious claws grabbed 2 human corpses tightly. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host's territory is under attack by a powerful creature. Just as Sulin was dealing with the matter, the system suddenly notified him. Then, there was a loud commotion in the town. Sulin's expression changed. He immediately opened the balcony window and walked out to take a look. He saw a huge black shadow flying across the sky above the town. It then flew towards the sky in the north. Cryopteris. After seeing the huge shadow, Sulin immediately recognized that it was an adult Cryopteris. What's going on? Why is Cryopteris here to hunt? Sulin's expression was a little serious. Sulin didn't have time to think about Cryopteris. He immediately went downstairs to calm the people down. Although Cryopteris' attack just now only killed 2 humans, the dragon's influence was too great. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be a large number of refugees in Sulin's territory. Other than calming these people down, the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls in the territory were now in chaos. As an important labor force in the territory, Sulin didn't want them to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 111. Luckily, the Cryopteris didn't cause too much damage. All the refugees hid in their rooms. Although many of the slaves had escaped, the situation was quickly controlled by the barbarian guards. Other than the 2 refugees who died, there are 13 people who were injured. 9 of them were injured by the strong wind, 2 were sprained, and 2 were trampled. A worker reported the casualties to Sulin. I understand. What's the situation with the slaves? Sulin nodded and asked another person. Monseigneur, 43 slaves escaped. The rest are locked up in the slave camp. There were 12 slaves who tried to escape but were killed by the barbarian guards. Let's stop working today and let them rest for a day to recover. We'll continue working tomorrow. Oh, and give them a good dinner. Sulin thought for a moment and ordered. The same goes for the refugees. Send someone to comfort the dead and give them some compensation. Also, immediately build a watchtower. There must be 2 soldiers on it at all times to check the situation in the sky. If they discover any enemy, they must warn them immediately. The security team will maintain order. When they hear the warning, send them to a safe place to hide immediately. Arrange for people to guard the crossbows. If there are any wyverns or other creatures that invade, prepare to attack immediately. Sulin methodically assigned tasks to them. At the same time, he set up a warning system to prevent the wyverns from attacking again. At the same time, he arranged for people to guard the crossbows and be ready to attack at any time. After arranging everything, Sulin let out a sigh of relief and let the people go do their own things. Master, are you going to look for the Cryopteris? Chris walked over with a cup of black tea. Yes. Sulin took a sip of the black tea and said, Sulin, are you really going to slay the wyverns? Hathaway said in surprise as she pushed up the glasses on her face. If I don't take care of them, am I going to let these wyverns use my territory as a hunting ground? Sulin said with a gloomy face. Slaying a wyvern was not easy. Even a Euron was not easy to kill, let alone a wyvern that could fly. Master, are you confident? I'll go with you. Chris came behind Sulin and put her hands on Sulin's shoulders to massage gently. Sulin's head naturally leaned back and lay on the plump face wash. I need you to take care of the territory. Without you, I won't be at ease. Sulin closed his eyes and said comfortably, Then let Sister Hathaway go with you, along with Johnson and Aiton. What are they going to do? Will you hold us back? Su Luan curled his lips and said, Humph, who are you talking about? Hathaway said angrily, I'm talking about you. You've just become an intermediate wizard. Have you learned all the spells? Su Luan said as he glanced at her pair of big bears. He thought to himself, this girl is growing up fast. Humph, Cryopteris can fly. Can you fly? Hathaway looked at Su Luan and said. The problem of flying was still a headache for Su Luan. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fly. But Chris could fly, and her flying speed was not slow. Should he let Chris be his mount and take him to fly? Intermediate wizards could also fly, although the flying speed was not very fast. Your flying spell is too slow. If you fly, you'll become a target for those Cryopteris. Su Luan shook his head and said, I can help you take down those pterosaurs. Hathaway said proudly, Cryopteris is a cold your own. Fire spells can do 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Also, these pterosaurs don't have dragon scales. If they are hit, even if they don't lose their ability to fly, their flying speed and height will be greatly reduced. What you said makes sense, but it's too dangerous. You don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you're targeted by those pterosaurs, you won't be able to escape. Su Luan was a little tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. He didn't want his little sister to die. Humph, how do you know I don't have the ability to protect myself? Hathaway wrinkled her nose and took out a delicate little magic staff. She knocked on the table and said. Sullen's interest was piqued. Every time this girl learned a new spell, she liked to show off. What spell did you learn this time? Of course, watch carefully. Hathaway raised her head. Her beautiful face was full of pride. She gently waved the magic staff in her hand. To Sullen's surprise, a light flashed, and Hathaway suddenly disappeared. Invisibility? This isn't just an invisibility spell. I also cast an erasure spell. Not only is my body invisible, but even my scent and footprints can't disappear. Unless I actively attack or break the invisibility spell, those Cryopteris won't be able to find me. Hathaway's voice echoed in the room. What was strange was that Su Luan couldn't find her location through her voice. Hee, you want to use sound to find my location? I used ventriloquism. You won't be able to find me, Hathaway said proudly. Su Luan scanned the room and indeed didn't find any trace of her. There was no scent in the air either. It was as if she had really disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Su Luan suddenly felt a sharp pain on his scalp. A strand of hair was pulled out. You can't find me, right? Hathaway's proud voice sounded again. Su Luan could already imagine her smug look now. Since he couldn't see Hathaway, Su Luan directly opened the system map and zoomed in on the room he was in. The map clearly marked the location of the three of them. After glancing at the map, Su Luan knew where she was hiding. He then got up and pretended to look for her in the room. Just as Hathaway was about to sneak up on him again, Su Luan suddenly turned around and hugged her. You can't run away now, right? Hathaway didn't react at all when Su Luan suddenly hugged her. Where did you find me? Hathaway looked at Su Luan in surprise. Su Luan nodded and said, Your magic is pretty good. I promise you can come with me. You still haven't answered me. How did you find me? Hathaway asked. That's a secret. Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Hathaway snorted and turned her head away. However, her white and delicate ears perked up. Since he had already decided to slay the dragon, Su Luan began to prepare the tools needed to slay the dragon. Fortunately, it was a pterosaur. Although its body was tough, it didn't have dragon scales. The pterosaur's defense would be greatly reduced. Even so, it wasn't easy to hunt this kind of monster. Su Luan needed to prepare some things to limit their flying ability. If it was close combat, Su Luan was confident that he could kill those pterosaurs. Chapter 112. After the javelins, food, ropes, clothes, and other materials were prepared, Su Luan left the territory with Hathaway. The Sierra de Lotus, where the Cryopteris lived, was about 300 kilometers away from Sullen's territory. To them, it was just a matter of a few flaps of their wings, but to Su Luan, it would take a few days. Fortunately, the black-maned horse that the system had won was very powerful. It could gallop across the wasteland like it was flat ground. Sulen carried Hathaway on the horse's back. Hathaway originally wanted to ride the horse herself. According to her, her horsemanship was very good, but she gave in to Sulen's excellent marksmanship. The black-maned horse ran very steadily. Although Hathaway was tall, she looked small and delicate next to Sulen. She was just right in Sulen's arms. Her whole body was hidden in Sulen's cloak, and only her palm-sized face could be seen. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. It was an indescribable floral scent. It smelled very comfortable. It was Hathaway's unique scent. Occasionally, a strand of naughty hair would come out of the cloak and run to his neck to tickle him. Hathaway was very interested in the wasteland. Her body leaned against Sulen's warm embrace, and her eyes constantly looked around. However, she soon felt a little bored, and her body moved back to lie more comfortably. Should Sulen open the strategic map to compare and adjust their route? Sulen had obtained the approximate location of Cryopteris from the giant rock. Their barbarian tribe had been forced to move because they were in Cryopteris hunting range. With the arrival of these Cryopteris, the other races and predators in the wasteland would choose to leave. Cryopteris would consciously hunt these people and animals who competed with him for food. It was a bit ironic. The ice Quetzalcoatlus drove away the other predators, and then the number of bison, spotted antelope, and giant antler deer increased. Although the ice Quetzalcoatlus was hunting them, compared to the previous hunting of so many predators, their population had actually expanded. Although they had to face Cryopteris predation, these animals were still unwilling to leave. Sulen rode the black-maned horse in the wasteland. Some gnolls wanted to attack him, but before they could reach him, the horse had already left them behind. Some smarter ones wanted to stop him, but Sulen casually flicked his spear and sent them flying. After running in the wasteland for 2 days, the two entered the Sierra de Lotus. Sulen recalled the black-maned horse and put it in the storage space. He then started climbing the mountain with Hathaway. The mountain path was steep and difficult to climb. Sulen was worried that Hathaway would not be able to adapt, but after a while, he realized that Hathaway was even more familiar with it than he was. Sulen later found out that Hathaway had made him a full set of equipment with all kinds of buffs. The mountain where the ice Quetzalcoatlus lived was very high. In fact, there was no road at all. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Although the mountain was steep, it was not difficult to climb up. The ice Quetzalcoatlus was very powerful. They were one of the few subdragons that inherited the true dragon's breath ability. Their breath of ice could directly freeze a Grand Knight, and their explosive strength could lift an elephant. They were also much more intelligent than normal beasts. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they moved very slowly on the ground. Compared to dragons, Cryopteris lacked a pair of front claws. Their wings were also large. Although this gave them powerful flying ability, it also made it difficult for them to move on the ground. If Sulen wanted to hunt these pterosaurs, the best time would be when they were not in the sky. Facing the flying pterosaurs, the difficulty of hunting them instantly increased by several levels. These pterosaurs' diving attacks were very powerful, and there was a record of directly killing a commander in a second. The two moved quietly on the steep mountain. From time to time, a few Cryopteris roars could be heard from the sky. A huge black shadow swooped down from the cliff, bringing with it a large amount of ice crystals and snowflakes. The air here was very cold, and the biting cold wind whistled past. Sulen was very focused. He had already activated the strategic map to monitor the situation here. Cryopteris were social animals. Through the strategic map, Sulen had already found 4 Cryopteris. Every Cryopteris nest was made up of a male and a female pterosaur. Of course, sometimes there were also their young. Pterosaurs would lay eggs once every 2 to 3 years. Each time, they would lay 3 to 6 dragon eggs. Compared to the long growth period of a real dragon, the young pterosaur would live on their own after 3 years. They would reach adulthood in about 10 years. When they got close to the Cryopteris nest, Sulen did not attack directly. Instead, he found a crack in the surrounding area and asked Hathaway to hide inside. For this purpose, Sulin even used his weapon to decorate the crack. The space inside was a lot bigger, and there was a turning point at the entrance. This way, even if the Cryopterus found her as long as she hid inside, the Cryopterus would not be able to do anything to her. Just stand here. After you cast your spell, hide inside. Remember, don't take their attack head-on, Sulin said in a serious tone. Although Hathaway's strength was not bad, it was still very dangerous for her to fight against a Cryopterus. After all, low-grade wizards were famous for being fragile. Sulin rubbed her pretty face that was a little red from the cold. Hathaway was very excited. She held her magic staff tightly, and her big eyes looked around. She was eager to try. Don't worry, I won't joke about my nickname. My goal is to become a legendary witch, Hathaway whispered. She waved her magic staff with her small white hand and said, also, if a Cryopterus flies into the air, you can lure them here. I'll help you shoot them down. Got it. Sulin nodded. He then checked the surroundings and began to prepare. Dragons could change the natural environment of their habitat. For example, a white dragon's habitat would become an ice cave over time, a black dragon's habitat would slowly become a swamp, and a red dragon's habitat would eventually become a volcano. Dragons were born with a strong radiation ability. Not only could they change the environment, but they could also affect the creatures living around them. There were many dragon descendants in this world, but not all of them had the blood left behind by dragons. Many dragon descendants were just exposed to radiation for a long time in the area where dragons lived, and their bodies had some dragonization effect. The most famous of them were the kobolds. These guys liked the things left behind by dragons the most. They would collect the scales shed by dragons and put them near their eggs. This would increase the blood of dragons in their babies and increase the chances of awakening to become a dragon disciple sorcerer. P.S. Thank you 20020022110735094 for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 113. After finishing his preparations, Sulin stretched his body and prepared to hunt the dragon. Ding! Defend the territory quest activated. After your tireless efforts, your territory is finally on the right track. However, a group of Cryopterus has set their sights on this place. They're using this place as a hunting ground. Please take care of the Cryopterus as soon as possible. The cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Sulin took out the steel-made javelin and checked if it was damaged. Then he put the javelin in a place within reach to make sure that he could throw the javelin as soon as possible. After preparing the javelin, Sulin took out some other things he had prepared. There were a few steel chains. He wanted to use ropes before, but after testing the strength of the ropes, he found that ropes were not strong enough. There were no chemical materials like nylon in this era. The strength of ropes was too low. Cryopterus were very strong. They often hunted large herbivores. Many animals like bison and giant antlers weighed more than a ton. Cryopterus could easily pick them up and fly back to the mountain peak thousands of meters high. The ropes in this world could not withstand their strength at all. In addition to the steel chains, Sulin also prepared a few steel balls to restrict the flight of the Cryopterus. If there were too many Cryopterus and the chains could not restrain them in time, these steel balls would affect their flight. The javelin was connected to two steel balls with chains. Even if the Cryopterus could fly, it would be difficult for it to maintain its balance after being hit. The steel javelin had special barbs on it. It would be difficult to break free after being hit. Be careful. Hathaway looked at the figure and then clenched the staff in her hand. The cold wind on a mountain peak whistled and rolled up countless ice crystals. There was a layer of steel like ice under their feet. It was very slippery when they stepped on it. In addition to the whistling cold wind, there was a bottomless abyss just a few meters away. Without enough courage, they would not dare to move in this environment. This area was very narrow. It could only accommodate a few people at most. It was impossible to use human wave tactics. Moreover, even if there were many people, there was no space to dodge once the Cryopterus attacked in such a narrow environment. The biggest possibility was that they would be swept directly into the cliff next to them. Cryopteris hunted once every 2 days. Normally, the male hunted while the female stayed at home. Sulen saw Cryopteris returning from a hunt when he was climbing the mountain. They were most likely in their nest now. Sulen carefully approached the Cryopteris nest. The Cryopteris was very confident in its nest. Building a nest in such a dangerous place could stop 95% of the attackers. Walking slowly along the cliff, the whistling mountain wind completely blew away some of the sound. After bypassing a few steep rocks, a stone platform appeared in front of him. The stone platform was more than 10 meters high, and on top of it was the nest of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. It was a nest made of animal skin and some unknown materials. It looked like an enlarged bird's nest. There was a Quetzalcoatlus inside, and outside the nest, there was an even larger Quetzalcoatlus. Passing through the gap between the Cryopteris wings, Sulen saw a white dragon egg. It seemed that the Cryopteris had built their nest here to hatch their offspring. This was good news for Sulen. With the dragon egg as a restraint, the Cryopteris would not all rush up to attack when they discovered an intruder. This would greatly reduce the pressure on Sulen. Furthermore, the winged dragon egg was very precious. It was very difficult to tame an adult pterosaur. Only by hatching a dragon egg could one tame a pterosaur. In the human world, the price of a winged dragon egg was very high. An egg that could hatch a pterosaur was worth around 3,000 kinnar. Even a dead egg that could not hatch could be sold for 500 kinnar. The winged dragon egg contained a large amount of elemental energy that could strengthen the body. It was very popular among the nobles. There was no place to hide on the platform. As soon as Sulen appeared, the Cryopteris noticed him. Seeing that someone had invaded its nest, the male Cryopteris roared and immediately flapped its wings and flew down. The Cryopteris flew into the sky with a gust of wind. After circling in the sky, it dived directly towards Sulen. A foul smell came from its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The ice Quetzalcoatlus dived very fast. Just as it was about to reach Sulen rolled to the side in an instant, and then waved his hand to throw a 2-meter-long, fine steel javelin. In such a short distance, the Cryopteris only had time to turn its body sideways. The steel javelin instantly pierced through its wings. The Cryopteris cried out in pain. Dragon blood splashed everywhere. Its body tilted and fell to the ground. However, the pterosaur's flying ability was very strong. It quickly regained control of its body and struggled to fly higher. How could Sulen give it the chance? He pulled the chain behind the javelin hard and then pulled hard. The huge force made the chain very tight. The pterosaur's wings were very strong. Although the wings were injured and the dragon blood was spilling, its strength was not reduced at all. The steel chain made creaking sounds as it was pulled, and many parts of the chain had been deformed. Bang! In the end, the steel chain could not withstand the huge pulling force and broke. The ice pterosaur, freed from its shackles, wanted to fly up. However, even if it desperately flapped its dragon wings, it could not maintain its balance at all. It almost spun and fell from a height of more than 10 meters and then hit the cold, hard rock hard. Sulen threw away the broken chain in his hand, took out the spear from the storage space, and then rushed to the place where the Cryopteris fell. He was going to kill the male Cryopteris before the female Cryopteris could react. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. The spear in Sulen's hand was about to pierce into the Cryopteris's head and completely end its life. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the struggling Cryopteris, and then it opened its horrible and ferocious mouth in an instant. Sulen's heart sank. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. A strong stench hit him in the face. Frost breath. The extremely cold breath was spat out in an instant. Sulen only had time to move his body before his left arm was covered by the frost breath. His left arm quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The piercing cold spread and continued to spread to his body. At the same time, the still struggling Cryopteris opened its complete wing and slapped at Sulen with a huge wind pressure. Dragon Wing Strike. This was the most dangerous attack of the pterosaur. As the most muscular part of the dragon, the strength of their wings was very amazing. After the frost breath hit Sulin, it immediately slapped at his head. Chapter 114. Sulin continued to attack. The energy in his body exploded instantly, shattering the ice on the surface of his body. He exerted force on his feet, shattering the rock that was as hard as steel. His body rushed to the left at an even faster speed than before. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The sharp wind cut off a few strands of his hair. Sulin dodged the dragon wing attack by a hair's breadth. Cracks appeared on the rocks behind him, and the hard ice shattered into powder. Using Dragon Breath and Dragon Wing Strike continuously was very taxing on the ice Quetzalcoatlus. They would have a very short period of weakness. Sulin held the spear in his hand and activated the Thunder Lightning Spear. Lightning flashed around him. His body flashed, and in the next second, he appeared beside Cryopteris. The spear in his hand pierced through its jaw. The sharp spear pierced through the tough dragon skin, and then went all the way up along the gap between the frontal bones, tearing through the muscles and piercing towards the brain. Boiling dragon blood gushed out, dyeing his body red, and a piercing pain came from his skin. The blood of dragons in Euron was corrosive. For example, the blood of the red dragon was almost as hot as magma. An ordinary person would be burned to death by the dragon's blood. The 3-meter-long spear pierced the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain through the gaps between its bones. The lightning attached to the spear paralyzed the ice Quetzalcoatlus. In the end, half of the spear pierced into the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain. As a viper, its brain was still very fragile. After being pierced by the spear and destroyed by the lightning, the ice Quetzalcoatlus body shook a few times in an instant and then collapsed. The sound of wings flapping was heard. The female Cryopteris in the nest saw that the male Cryopteris was severely injured. She immediately became restless and flew up. Then she pounced on Sulin. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Sulin picked up the other spear without thinking. The lightning in his body instantly covered his whole body. He exerted force on his feet and turned around abruptly. The spear that was covered with lightning flew out like a bolt of lightning and hit Cryopteris' abdomen directly. The powerful power of thunder and lightning instantly detonated in its body. The ice Quetzalcoatlus's body stiffened instantly, and then it fell directly from midair. With a bang, it hit the cold rock and then slid to Sulin under the action of inertia. Taking out another steel javelin, Sulin jumped up. Strong lightning flashed back and forth on his body, and the javelin in his hand was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Then, the spear pierced through Cryopteris' head with a thunderous force. The female Cryopteris fell to the ground. Sulin took a deep breath. The lightning on his body had faded. It was not easy to kill 2 Cryopteris in a row. These Euron had high damage. If Sulin was not careful, he would be injured. The male Cryopteris was also very cunning. If it was not for his quick reaction, he would have been severely injured by the pterosaur's full-force wing attack. Sulin took out the spear and the spear that was buried in the skull. He used ice to freeze the corpses. He did not have time to deal with the 2 pterosaur corpses. Although the battle was short, it had attracted the attention of the other Cryopteris. At this time, 2 more Cryopteris were flying towards him. Behind them, 2 more Cryopteris were approaching. Without stopping, Sulin quickly jumped off the platform and ran back to where he came from. Facing 4 Cryopteris at once was very stressful for Sulin. After killing 2 Cryopteris in a row, Sulin gained a lot of experience. However, he was still some distance away from leveling up to 21. After seeing Sulin rushing over, Hathaway stared at the Cryopteris in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Thunder Lightning Spear. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly erupted from his body, and an energy field appeared around him. Even on this mountain peak that was thousands of meters high, the perennial wind and snow stopped. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating the dusky sky. The two Cryopteris circled in the sky and then swooped down toward Sulin. The wind and snow they brought with them formed small whirlwinds in the sky. Frost breath. Frost breath. When they were about 10 meters away from Sulin, the two Cryopteris spat out a wave of extremely cold frost at the same time. The temperature of the cliff, which was already very cold, dropped again. Sulin quickly jumped on the cliff. After running for 10 meters on the steep and cold cliff, Sulin finally escaped the range of the frost breath. He raised the javelin in his hand toward the sky. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the steel javelin. The bright lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. Under the support of the lightning power, a blue lightning appeared on the steel javelin, and the entire javelin was drawn into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Sensing the terrifying power of the lightning javelin, the two Cryopteris swooped down again. Their huge wings stuck close to the cliff and swept over. They were determined to sweep Sulin off the mountain and off the cliff to his death. The violent power of thunder and lightning quickly converged, and the spreading electric snakes ran all over Luin's body. Even he felt a little numb, and the lightning brought with it a burning pain. Feeling the violent power of thunder and lightning in his body, a faint electric light appeared in Luin's eyes. Dense electric currents flickered around his body, and the javelin in his hand had completely turned into dazzling thunder and lightning. Lightning javelin throw. Sulin instantly threw out the lightning javelin that had reached its limit. The two Cryopteris were very close. Sulin could even clearly see the pieces of flesh hanging from their white sharp teeth. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared and instantly flew towards the Cryopteris that was slightly in front. Rumble. A bolt of lightning exploded in midair. The roar of thunder instantly covered all other sounds. In the dazzling lightning, the lightning javelin instantly hit the frost Quetzalcoatlus. The violent power of lightning exploded out of thin air. The hit Cryopteris was directly wrapped in lightning. Even a nearby Cryopteris was affected. The violent lightning exploded in an instant. The hit Cryopteris did not have the slightest ability to resist. Under the effect of inertia, it directly hit the hard mountain, rolled down, and finally was blocked by a few rocks. However, the Cryopteris was already dead. There was a terrible bloody hole in its body, and the surrounding dragon skin was scorched black. The other Cryopteris was affected. One of its wings was scorched black, and its body was stiff. It struggled in midair, trying to fly away. Chapter 115. Fireball. An orange-red fireball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared and flew directly towards the injured Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which had not fully recovered from its paralysis, had no time to dodge and was hit by the fireball. Boom! As a cold Euron, their resistance to fire spells was very low. Although Fireball was a level 3 evocation spell, it was the most powerful low-level spell. Many level 4 spells were not necessarily comparable to it. Otherwise, the Five Fire sect would not have emerged. The orange-red fireball exploded after hitting the Cryopteris. The scorching flames instantly caused serious damage to the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which was barely flying, was directly hit by the fireball. Its huge body fell from the sky and hit the cold rock with a bang. Ice and gravel flew everywhere, and blood slowly flowed out under its body. The Cryopteris cried out a few times, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. It seemed that it would not live for long. Before Sulin could catch his breath, the other two Cryopteris had attacked again. The death of their companion made them even angrier, and because of the previous battle, they were very vigilant against Sulin's javelins. The biggest advantage of the Cryopteris was not their powerful dragon breath, but their ability to fly. With the ability to fly, they had the opportunity to attack and retreat. The best way to kill them was to make them lose their ability to fly. The two Cryopteris took turns to attack Sulin. Every time Su Lin was about to throw his javelins at one of them, the other Cryopterus would immediately attack him. If Su Lin insisted on attacking, it was very likely that he would be severely injured by the claws or wings of the other Cryopterus. The two Cryopterus cooperated very well, which gave Su Lin a headache. He wanted Hathaway to launch a sneak attack, but the two Cryopterus were very vigilant. Cryopterus, who could fly, would have a high chance of dodging the fireball if he couldn't sneak an attack. Hathaway had tried it once before. However, there was still a solution. A few pieces of rock and ice hit his face, causing him a slight pain. Su Lin dodged the Cryopterus's wings again and continued to dodge. Spells like Flame Arrow or Scorching Ray could be used to attack, but they weren't very effective against first circle spells. Haste, Cat's Grace, Bear's Endurance, Elemental Resistance. Several spiritual lights entered Su Luan's body in succession, which improved his already sensitive body again. Even if he was walking on the smooth and steep rock wall, he could now walk on it as if it were flat ground. The two Cryopterus were very cunning. They cooperated with each other to exhaust Sullen's stamina. In such a steep and cold environment, a fierce battle would consume a lot of stamina. Once Sullen's stamina ran out, the two Cryopterus would swarm him and tear him apart. Su Lin took out another chain from his storage space. The two ends of the chain were connected to two metal balls. They were specially made by Su Lin to disrupt the balance of the Cryopterus. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls were almost useless, but they could disrupt the balance of the Cryopterus. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls had a much larger attack range and were harder to dodge. Soon, the two Cryopterus swooped down again. Su Lin rolled away and threw the chain in his hand. He jumped up again and dodged the attack of the other Cryopterus. Life and death were decided in this moment. The Cryopterus swooped down on Su Lin. He had no room to dodge. Suppressing the soreness in his muscles, Su Lin took a deep breath and rolled back along the ground. The hard and cold rocks hit his body, causing him pain. When the ice Quetzalcoatl saw the chain coming towards it, it flapped its wings and adjusted its direction to avoid it. But this time, it miscalculated. Su Lin pulled the other side of the chain in his hand and shook it slightly to change the direction of the chain ball. Then the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl again. After loosening the chain, the adjusted chain hit the long and narrow neck of the ice Quetzalcoatl. Under the effect of inertia, the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl's right wing and upper claws. Although it was only one round, it was a big problem for the ice Quetzalcoatl. As it flapped its wings, the two heavy chains began to sway around irregularly, which seriously affected the ice Quetzalcoatl's flying state. The ice Quetzalcoatl, which could fly freely, suddenly became like a baby eagle that had just learned how to fly, wobbling. After wrapping the chain around the Cryopterus, Su Lin ignored the pterosaur because the other pterosaur was about to attack him. A steel spear appeared in his hand in an instant. He blocked the pterosaur's sharp claws with a horizontal sweep. Then, he used the momentum to dodge the pterosaur's wings. Fireball! While Su Lin was fighting with the other Cryopterus, Hathaway immediately attacked the pterosaur whose flying ability was greatly reduced. Cryopterus, whose flying ability was greatly reduced because of the chain, watched in horror as the fireball hit its wings. With a shrill cry, Cryopterus fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the cold rocks. No one knew if it was dead or alive. The Cryopterus that was fighting with Su Lin realized that all its companions were dead. It spat a breath of ice at Su Lin and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. Faced with the bone-chilling frost breath, Su Lin had no intention of dodging. After activating Bear's tenacity and elemental resistance, the frost breath's power had weakened significantly. He could now take a head-on. Thunder Lightning Spear. A violent power of thunder and lightning gushed out of his body. Bolts of lightning jumped in the sky and then directly hit the spear in Su Lin's right hand. The 3-meter-long spear flashed with lightning in an instant, and the violent lightning kept jumping. Even Su Lin couldn't bear such a powerful electric current. Su Luan endured the burning sensation of the lightning, looked at the panicked ice Quetzalcoatlus, and threw it at it with all his might. Thunder Spear Throw. The powerful force tore the surrounding air apart. The lightning spear was like a flash of lightning, and then it ruthlessly pierced into the back of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. The 3-meter-long spear almost completely sank into its body. The dazzling lightning burst out, and the escaping ice Quetzalcoatlus let out a sorrowful cry. It fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. P.S. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Knight for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Gue Hong for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Chong Izho E for the tip of 100 coins. Thank you to Traceless Immortal Dragon for the tip of 888 coins. Thank you to Loneliness for the tip of 100 coins. Chapter 116. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed Cryopteris and completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. You have completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained 10,000 experience points and +1 to all attributes. You have killed Cryopteris and gained 15 peace of mind and 15 stability in your territory. Congratulations, host. You and your hero Hathaway have killed 6 Cryopteris. You have obtained 60,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. You have obtained 2 skill points and 2 free attribute points. A golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have broken through LV20 and reached LV21. You have broken through the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of legends. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the realm of legends. Your storage space has expanded to 10 cubic meters. If you want to increase it further, please explore on your own. Your Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity have evolved into Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. You have obtained a Skill Fusion Point, Legendary. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability Thunder Domain. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability Lightning Control. You have killed Cryopteris. You have obtained the title Dragon Slayer, your own. Dragon Slayer. As someone who has killed the most powerful dragon-type creature in this world, you have an even stronger deterrent force. Your name has begun to spread across the continent. Fame +2. Su Len felt the surging power in his body. After breaking through to the realm of legends, he could clearly feel that his power had increased once again. In the depths of his soul, a spark of lightning appeared. Sullen's soul instantly came to a magical place. It was an ocean that contained endless power. All kinds of power mixed together and emitted a shocking power. These powers were filled with violent power. It was like chaos. Sullen was like a small drop of water here. Sullen's soul underwent some strange changes under this powerful power. His originally blurry soul became much clearer. There seemed to be no concept of time or space here. Sullen didn't know how long he stayed here. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. Then his soul instantly left this space and returned to his body. Looking at the cold snowflake in his hand, Sulin knew that only a moment had passed. Feeling the power in his body, Sulin found that the violent power of thunder had become much gentler. It was also much smoother to control, and the previous feeling had disappeared. The original Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity were upgraded to Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Sturdy had 2 more points than Advanced Sturdy and 2 more points, and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Tenacity. After a long period of training and battle, your body has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. You have gained stronger vitality. Normal attacks will reduce damage to you by 100%. Permanent increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. At the same time, you have gained elemental resistance. All elemental attacks will be reduced by 20%. Magic resistance +20. With the Legendary Tenacity talent, Sullen's defense had reached a ridiculous level. In addition to elemental resistance and magic resistance, he would have no problem taking on normal spells. He could even try taking a bath in lava. Advancing to Legendary wasn't a simple matter of stacking data. Although data was important, it was more important to start touching the power of laws. He had a deeper understanding of the power of thunder. Originally, he thought that he was very familiar with the control and use of thunder. However, after touching the power of laws, he realized how crude he used this power in the past. Many times, he would waste a lot of unnecessary power. After feeling the power in his body, Su Lin began to collect the spoils of war. After becoming a legendary, he still needed time to familiarize himself with the power he gained. The corpses of Cryopteris in front of him had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although Cryopteris was a Euron, as long as it was related to dragons, all kinds of materials would become very valuable. Hathaway also ran out from the gap where she was hiding. She jumped up from afar and threw herself into Sullen's arms. She pushed Su Lin back a few steps and sat on a rock. Seeing the bloodstains on Sullen's body, Hathaway became nervous. She touched his body with her small white hands. "You're hurt." "Okay, I'm fine. This blood belongs to the Cryopteris." Su Lin grabbed Hathaway's small hands. If she continued to touch him, he would lose control. This place was cold and not a good place. He still liked to go back and sleep on the blanket. Seeing that Su Lin was fine, she was relieved. Then, she let out a cheer and ran to the corpse of a Cryopteris. Su Lin tidied up his tight clothes and walked over. So many Cryopteris, so many magic materials. I'm rich. Su Lin walked to Hathaway's side and found that she was touching Cryopteris wings and muttering to herself. Her eyes were shining with the light that belonged to Kinnar. Su Lin realized for the first time that this girl was a money grubber. "Wake up, your saliva is freezing." Su Lin pinched Hathaway's delicate little face and teased her. "What?" Hathaway subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand and then realized, "You lied to me." Then she was ready to fight with Su Lin. Su Lin reached out his hand and pressed Hathaway's head. Hathaway, who was squatting on the ground, could not stand up at all. Her two arms were swinging back and forth, as if she was swimming. As a wizard, her strength was no match for Su Lin, who was in human form. "Okay, stop fooling around. It's getting late. We have to get rid of these Cryopteris quickly. The value of these corpses will decrease if we delay any longer." "Humph, I'll remember this. I'll deal with you when we get back," Hathaway said angrily. Su Lin laughed in his heart. "You want to deal with me? You become arrogant after a few days of not fighting. When we get back, I'll let you have a taste of my advanced plasma cannon." Cryopteris corpses were very valuable. The smallest of these Cryopteris had a wingspan of 15 meters, and the largest was 18 meters. It was basically impossible to transport all of them back. Sullen's storage space was only 10 cubic meters. There was no way he could fit so many Cryopteris corpses. Hathaway also had a few storage items on her, but they still could not fit all of these big guys. She could only disassemble these corpses and throw away the worthless and low-value parts. She could only bring back the valuable parts. P.S. Cryopteris attributes. Cryopteris, Euron, Grade 4. Gregarious, Monster Level, 17. Strength, 28. Will, 10. Vitality, 25. Agility, 15. Charm, 12. Skills, Dive, Dragon's Bite, Frost Breath, Dragon's Wing Strike. Talents, Advanced Strength, Advanced Tenacity, Dragon's Skin, Frost Resistance, Dragon's Bloodline, Flight, Poison Resistance. Difficulty, B+. Chapter 117. Cryopteris didn't have dragon scales, but its skin was still very tough. Dragon skin was an important material for making rare leather armor. It was even better than the Gale Tiger skin. Hathaway had already decided to use these dragon skins to make a dragon skin robe for herself. Of course, this would have to wait until she became an advanced wizard. The dragon skin robe needed to use the softest and most magically conductive skin of these pterosaurs. Pterosaur meat couldn't be eaten directly. Pterosaur meat was poisonous. Ordinary people would be poisoned to death if they ate it. It needed a special method to neutralize the poison. After neutralizing the poison, the dragon meat tasted good and could improve one's physical fitness. In fact, many demon beast meat in this world had this effect. Those nobles only ate, drank, and played all day long and didn't train hard, but most of them could become knights or trainee knights. In addition to good training, professional mentors, excellent breathing techniques, and long-term consumption of various kinds of demon beast meat. Long-term consumption of demon beast meat made their body much stronger than ordinary people. With professional training and excellent breathing techniques, as long as they were not too useless, it was not too difficult to activate their life energy and become a knight when they reached adulthood. However, it was very difficult for ordinary people. Knight training required a lot of meat, and ordinary people couldn't afford to feed a knight. Most of them could only rely on the nobles and become their servants. Sulin took out a skinning knife and began to skin the Cryopterus. Because of the previous battle, many parts of the dragon's skin were damaged. Those damaged parts could only be thrown away. The dragon skin on the wings was not suitable for making leather armor. Those parts were more suitable for making blank scrolls. The most valuable part was the heart, which was an important material for making lesser dragon blood potions. As for the other organs, they could also be used as alchemy materials. The dragon blood could be made into magic ink and used to make scrolls. Among them, there was also the dragon penis, which was the favorite of the nobles. This thing was very popular among the human nobles. With all the bits and pieces added up, one pterosaur could earn about 20,000 kinner. It was a little troublesome to deal with the Cryopterus. It took Sulin a lot of effort to divide up the 6 ice pterosaurs. There were only a few Cryopterus corpses and some worthless items left. Sulin's 10 cubic meter storage space had been completely filled. Even Hathaway's spatial equipment had been filled. Sulin felt his heart ache when he saw that there were still some low-value materials on the ground that could not be taken away. Apart from the corpses of the pterosaurs, they found a total of 13 Cryopterus eggs in the 3 nests. Sulin used a piece of dragon skin to make a simple net to hold it. The storage space was unable to store living things. If these winged dragon eggs were placed inside, they would quickly become dead eggs. The price of a dragon egg that could hatch a pterosaur was not bad. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had a way to tame a dragon. Apart from the drows in the Underdark, the best taming method was the wizards. It was very easy for the drows in the Underdark to tame a dragon. They just needed to find a male pure-blood dragon. It could be said that the drows in the Underdark were very similar to the succubi and lustful demons. Sulin planned to tame a few pterosaurs. When they grew up, they would not only be powerful, but they would also be very good as mounts. In addition to these dragon eggs, there were some kinner and some damaged things in the nests of the pterosaurs. They were probably left behind by the pterosaurs or by the hot-blooded young men who came here to be dragon slayers. These things were of average value. It was the nature of the dragons to collect wealth, and the same was true for these Euron. Sulin also found some nugget gold, crystal agate, and some gemstones in these nests. As for obtaining a huge amount of wealth by slaying a dragon, it was only possible to attack the true dragons that had lived for hundreds of years. However, not many people dared to do this and came back alive. There were not many things, so they could be put in a bag made of dragon skin. After packing up everything that could be taken away, Sulin was ready to leave with Hathaway. After dissecting the pterosaur's corpse, the place was filled with the smell of blood. The strong smell of blood would attract other predators. Although Sulin was not afraid of them, it was better to have less meaningless fights. A few vultures and other creatures were circling in the sky. These animals were drooling over the pterosaur's flesh, but because of the smell left behind by Sulin and the pterosaurs, they did not dare to come down. However, they could not endure for long. Seeing Sulin's bloody and dirty body, Hathaway frowned in disgust. Then she snapped her fingers, and a light flashed. All the flesh and filth on Sulin's body was cleaned up. Although many of the Zero Circle spells were not lethal, they were very useful. After cleaning up, Sulin grabbed Hathaway's slender waist with one hand and carried the dragon skin bag with the other. He jumped off the cliff. The biting cold wind whistled past their ears. Hathaway shouted excitedly. Fortunately, this was not a snowy mountain. Otherwise, such a shout could easily cause an avalanche. After using fly and feather fall, Sulin and Hathaway flew directly from the Sierra de Lotus to the foot of the mountain. The feeling of bungee jumping at high altitudes was amazing. After arriving, the two were not in a hurry to leave. Firstly, it was not early. Secondly, they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they were not injured, they were mentally exhausted. After finding a rock wall to shelter from the wind, Sulin used the petrified mud to make a small house. They would stay there for the night. After putting down the things, Hathaway began to prepare food. Sulin then opened the system list to check his rewards. He had obtained 2 gold treasure chests from this mission. Sulin opened both of them. 2 lights flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Floating Lightning Array. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Reinforcement Order. Floating Lightning Array. After use, 8 lightning balls can be summoned around the body. The lightning balls can move according to the host's command. They will also cause lightning damage of 2 to 5 strength to surrounding enemies. There's also a chance of paralyzing enemies. Reinforcement Order, a special magic item created by the system's skill Ambush Array series, after combining with the laws of this world, can be used to summon a team of soldiers. Can be used in both non-combat and combat situations. Uses 1/1. After spending 1 skill point to learn the Floating Lightning Array, the lightning energy in Sulin's body became more active. Ding! Detected that the host has some information about the Thunder Lightning Spear, Floating Lightning Array, Lightning Domain, and Lightning Mastery. Can be fused to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? As soon as he learned the Floating Lightning Array, the system's voice rang in his mind. Sulin was pleasantly surprised when he heard it. After confirming with the system, he agreed to the fusion. Chapter 118. Beginning Skill Fusion. Fusion requires 1 skill fusion point, legendary, and 4 skill points. Do you agree? Agree. Fusion begins. As soon as Sulin agreed, his vision turned black. In the next second, his soul once again appeared in the strange space that he entered when he was advancing to legendary. Sulin's soul felt the endless power in this space. Once again facing the rules of this world, his soul gained more benefits. The faint lightning symbol in his soul also became clearer. Just as he wanted to understand it further, an irresistible force sent him back into his body. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have received Thunder Territory, Basic. Thunder Territory, Basic, you have preliminary control over the power of lightning. When you use lightning power again, it will be more powerful. You are immune to normal lightning damage. Lightning Absorption, Basic, you can absorb any form of lightning attack, as well as electricity from the outside world. The absorbed lightning power can strengthen your next attack, or be converted into your energy. Note, you cannot exceed the absorption limit. Thunder Territory. After consuming a large amount of energy, you can create a world of lightning within 15 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this territory, your skills and strength will be increased by 100%. At the same time, all of Sulin's lightning skills disappeared. However, he could still use them now. Moreover, the energy consumption was reduced by half, but the power was increased. It could be said that after mastering the Thunder Territory, Sulin could be considered a true legendary. He opened the attribute panel and added the remaining free attribute points to his strength. His strength broke through 40 points and reached 42 points. Name, Sulin Legendary. Race, Human. Level, LV21, 268, 544, 1000. Strength, 42 Agility, 31 Spirit, 26 Vitality, 32 Charm, 20 Command, 73 characteristics: talent valiant, thunderbolt, Pegasus, legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, calm, elemental affinity, high lightning affinity, iron will, body hardening, beast face armor, skills, dark ice slash, physical healing, life healing, red flame, forbidden magic, mechanical control, stone to mud, morale boost, basic, earth spring sure kill skills, revolving, cherry, master, heroic, master, torrential rain, advanced, chaotic dance, beginner, weapon proficiency, swordsmanship 160, spearmanship 205, archery 102, throwing 96, horsemanship 145, thunder and lightning domain, basic, omitted, free attribute points, 0, skill points, 0. Sulen opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed across his eyes. The room didn't change much compared to before. The sky outside was dark, and Hathaway had already made a bonfire. She was humming an unknown tune as she cooked food. She didn't notice anything different about Sulen. A faintly discernible fragrance wafted out from the pot. Grumble. Sulen's stomach grumbled. Hathaway looked at Sulen, who was a little embarrassed. You must be hungry. Wait a moment, we'll be able to eat soon. Hathaway was cooking a type of dry food that Sulen had made before. It was a mixture of potato starch, oil, vegetables, meat, salt, and sugar. It could be eaten directly or boiled in water. It tasted pretty good. At the very least, the barbarians liked it. This was a type of dry food that Sulen had made based on his knowledge from his previous life. However, he had only made a small portion of it. It wasn't that the dry food wasn't good enough, but it was just too expensive to make. The barbarians were all gluttons, and each one could eat more than the other. Sulen had only made it twice before stopping. Other than the barbarians eating most of it, the rest was stored in the Lord's castle's warehouse. Although the dry food tasted pretty good, Sulen didn't want to let himself suffer. He was already a dragon slayer, so it wasn't too much to eat dragon meat. Wait a moment. Let's have a dragon feast today. Sulen took out a piece of Cryopterus tenderloin from his storage space. This part of the meat was tender, nutritious, and tasted the best. First, he used water to wash the blood out. Then, he added some neutralizing agents. With Sulen's current physique, these toxins were completely ineffective. However, Hathaway couldn't do the same. After neutralizing the toxins, Sulen purposely went outside to get some bird eggs. He wrapped the cut dragon tenderloin in bird egg white. If there was no starch, he replaced it with dry food. This way, he didn't need to add salt. Then, he poured some oil on it and fried it on the pan. As an experienced foodie in the foodie empire, although the conditions were poor and he could only find substitutes for many things, he could still make a delicious meal. Animal fat was more fragrant than vegetable oil. The smell of frying was very tempting. The dragon tenderloin wrapped in egg white and starch slowly turned golden. The oil sizzled, and a tempting fragrance wafted out from the tenderloin. Okay, it's ready to eat. Try it first. Sulen picked up a piece of cooked tenderloin with chopsticks and put on a stone tray. At the same time, he passed a pair of chopsticks to Hathaway. Hathaway was very curious about this novel tableware. Then, she picked up the chopsticks and used it like Sulen. However, as she had just started using chopsticks, she didn't know how to use them. She spent a lot of effort and still couldn't pick up the piece of fried dragon tenderloin. Sulen, on the other hand, picked up a piece of golden tenderloin with his chopsticks and ate it happily. Bang! Seeing that Sulen was eating happily, but she couldn't pick it up, Hathaway angrily slammed her chopsticks on the table. Then, she snapped her fingers and summoned a magician's hand to grab it. Hathaway, a lady shouldn't use her hands. Sulen put down his chopsticks and laughed in his heart. Let me teach you how to use chopsticks. As he spoke, Sulen held Hathaway's little hand and taught her how to use chopsticks. It wasn't difficult to use chopsticks, and Hathaway learned it very quickly. Then, she picked up the dragon tenderloin and ate it quickly. Wow, it smells so good. It's so delicious. Hathaway's beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations isn't a good thing, Sulen said to the outside after swallowing a piece of tenderloin. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that the food you guys made is too fragrant. A short man about 3 meters tall appeared at the door. Although he wasn't tall, he wasn't a child. He was small and wore a brown shirt with 2 short swords on his waist. He also wore a brown hat, and there was some hair on the back of his hands. It was obvious that he was a halfling wanderer. P.S. Thanks to Chong, Yi's family's Ho-E, heavy armor dragon rider, 200 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Serene Blue Fireworks S, saying loneliness to loneliness, asking the clear sky with a pen, summoner of all things, troubled old waste, 100 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Long Xian, 500 Chidian coins as a reward. Thank you to Xianxia. Thank you to 160710192111128 for the 2,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to the Sleepy Xiong Shuyu for the 5,000 Chidian coins tip. Fu Meng thanks. Chapter 120. Halflings were a rare and popular race. They lived in the Shire Mountains in the north. They were not tall, but every halfling was a gourmet. These little fellows were naturally optimistic and loved to travel. Most travelers liked to meet them. A halfling. Sulan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Hi. Hello. Can you give me some food to try?" The halfling waved at Sulan. Hathaway looked at the halfling with a smile. It was her first time seeing this race. In the northern wasteland, any place with lush weeds could hide him. If he did not jump, others would not be able to see him. No wonder they became wanderers. This was their talent. Sulan nodded in agreement. The halfling walked into the stone room as if he was familiar with the place. His footsteps were light and agile. It seemed that he was not weak. He walked lightly to the bonfire and said with a smile, "It is really the blessing of the goddess of luck. I have been walking alone in the northern wasteland for many days. Finally, I can take a rest. Hello, friendly traveler. Hello, honorable witch." The halfling greeted her and then introduced himself. "My name is Frodo Wine Aglas. I'm a gourmet who has traveled around the world. I'm very happy to meet you here." Hathaway was very curious about the halfling. She looked at him with her big round eyes. Frodo was not angry. He looked at Hathaway with a smile and even winked mischievously. He then pretended to be hungry and said, "Honorable witch, can you take pity on me, a halfling who has not eaten well for the whole day? Can you give me something to eat? I am starving to death." "Hee, here you go." Hathaway laughed softly. She then took out a plate and a pair of chopsticks and handed them over. This little girl had learned bad things. After handing over the chopsticks, she did not intend to teach him how to use them. Instead, she looked like she was watching a show. Frodo was a little confused about the chopsticks, but he could not care less about the delicious food. He grabbed the chopsticks and tried to pick up the fried tenderloin, but he failed after a few tries. "All right, Hathaway." Glancing at Hathaway, who could not hold back her laughter, Sulan shook his head and picked up the chopsticks to show Frodo how to use the chopsticks. As a rogue, Frodo's fingers were very nimble. After only looking at it twice, he had successfully learned how to use chopsticks. He was much better than Hathaway. Frodo picked up a piece of pan-fried dragon tenderloin with his chopsticks and bit into it impatiently. Then, he savored the delicacy with a look of enjoyment. Halflings were a very optimistic race. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They also liked to party and hated boredom. They were a race that was naturally optimistic. Unlike the stubborn dwarves, halflings were gentle. Of course, they were also very curious and clever. They received the favor of many gods and were also a race that respected the gods. They were much more pious than humans. Even if they were facing some weak gods, they would still express their respect. Halflings loved good food. So many of them would travel around the world. These small people were naturally very agile. In addition, they were thin and small. Compared to humans, they were natural-born rogues. They relied on their powerful ability to escape from danger. They showed courage and curiosity that other races could not compare to. Of course, these small people also liked money. However, they were different from the misers. They also liked to spend money. As rogues, these small people often did some petty theft. At the same time, They like to use their own cleverness to solve problems, such as playing tricks on a hotel bill. In most cases, these small people could easily gain the favor of other races. Of course, even if they encountered bad people, they could easily escape with their agile skills. Halflings were the kind of race that didn't make big mistakes, but had a lot of small habits. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They didn't have their own country. In their homeland, these halflings lived in villages. They were protected by the halfling guardian goddess, Yodala. She was an ancient great god with great divine power. The halflings had been living under her protection for countless years. Their strong curiosity often led them to do some suicidal acts. This race often appeared in epics and legends. They were often the good companions of the protagonists in stories. They were excellent rogues who helped the protagonists to complete their tasks. Basically, every halfling was a chef. It was very popular to have someone who was proficient in scouting, traps, stealing, and cooking in the team. Of course, in addition to these, the halflings also liked to boast. Because they had traveled to many places, these halflings were very knowledgeable. So, it was often seen that some halflings would boast about their experiences to others. Wow, it's so delicious. Frodo swallowed the fried dragon tenderloin and kept describing it with all kinds of praises. This is the first time I've seen such a cooking method. Although the materials used are very simple, I have to say the food is great. This tableware is also very novel. It's very convenient to make, and it's more flexible than a fork. You're the best human cook I've ever seen. Really, I swear. Frodo, did you come to the northern wasteland to travel? Sulen asked curiously. Of course. Frodo swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, I came here to look for spices. Last time, I met a caravan, and the caravan accidentally got some spices. I bought them to try cooking, and they tasted very good. But when I wanted to buy more, the merchant didn't have any more. In the end, he said that he bought them from someone else. According to that person, they found them in the northern wasteland. So you came to the northern wasteland alone to look for spices. Sulen looked at the halfling speechlessly. Of course. Isn't this delicious spices worth the risk? Frodo said, with conviction. Sulen didn't know if other people would do that, but he knew that these halflings would really do that. By the way, what kind of meat are we eating? How come I've never eaten it before? Frodo suddenly asked. You're in luck. This is the tenderloin of Cryopteris. How does it taste? Sulen said with a smile. This is dragon meat? Frodo looked at Sulen in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Sulen shrugged. Of course. Don't you feel the energy in your body? Eating dragon meat can improve your body's quality. It's really dragon meat. Frodo looked at Sulen and Hathaway in surprise. Did you slay a dragon? Chapter 121. It's just a Euron. Sulen nodded. Euron is also a dragon. Frodo exclaimed excitedly. His expression was as if he had slain a dragon. I can't believe I'm eating with a dragon slayer. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Can you tell me how you killed that ferocious Cryopteris? Sulen realized that apart from enjoying good food, tobacco, and wine, these halflings were also very talkative. Ever since he came here, he had not stopped talking even when it was time to eat fried tenderloin. Sulen had no choice but to edit out the details of how he had slain the dragon and tell it to Frodo as a story. Frodo was obviously very satisfied with the story. Since Sulen had become a legendary, his appetite had increased again. With the addition of a halfling, the food he had prepared this time was obviously not enough. When he took out another piece of dragon tenderloin, Frodo volunteered to show off the halfling's cooking skills. As the race with the best cooking skills on the continent, Sulen was also very interested in the halfling's cooking skills. He agreed without hesitation. Frodo first took out a few jars and mushrooms from his pocket. I picked these up in the forest today. I've tasted them, and they taste very good. After adding spring water to the pot, Frodo put the mushrooms and some wild vegetables into the pot to boil the soup. He then carefully opened the jars. The jars were filled with powders made from various spices, some of which he did not recognize. These are the spices I was talking about. I came to the northern wasteland to look for these spices. Frodo picked up a small jar and opened it. He then carefully poured out a small pile of spices the size of a fingernail. It's just a small jar. It cost me 500 kinnar. But fortunately, my luck is not bad. Under the protection of the goddess, I finally found these spices. I don't have to worry about not having enough of them in the future. Sulin was also very interested in the spices that fascinated the halfling. As soon as the spices were poured out, Sulin smelled a familiar scent. Wasn't this cumin? It turned out that the halfling had come to the northern wasteland to look for cumin. While Sulin was still in shock, the halfling began to prepare the roast meat. Soon, a rich meat aroma wafted out, and the halfling began to sprinkle various spices evenly on the surface of the loin meat. "All right, have a taste of my cooking." Frodo passed the roasted tenderloin to Sulin. Sulin took it and shared half with Hathaway. Then, Sulin began to taste the halfling's cooking. Sulin had to admit that halflings were really good at cooking. Although the conditions were simple, the tenderloin roasted by Frodo tasted delicious, especially after adding cumin. Sulin ate a few pieces in a row. It could be said that this was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten since he came to this world. It could already be compared to some of the chefs in his previous world. Hathaway's belly bulged. She pouted her red lips, which made Sulin want to take a bite. Frodo was also happy that his food was recognized. After the three of them finished their dinner, they had a bowl of mushroom and vegetable soup. Although they were in the wilderness, the dinner was very sumptuous. After the meal, Sulin opened up another room in the stone room, and the three of them went to rest. After eating cryopterous meat, Hathaway and Frodo's bodies felt a wave of energy slowly strengthening their physique. Sulin's physique was already very strong, and the Euron meat could no longer increase his physique. However, it could slightly increase his resistance to the cold. As the last wave of energy slowly merged into his body and disappeared, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations to the host. After the battle with Cryopterus and bathing in the dragon's blood, your resistance to the cold has increased. Finally, after eating Cryopterus meat, your resistance to the cold has reached a critical point. You will be able to adapt to most cold climates, and your resistance to special cold climates has increased. When you're attacked by all ice spells or similar spells, as well as attacks with ice effects, your damage will be reduced by 5 points. You have received the talent Lesser Ice Resistance." After Sulin received the talent Lesser Ice Resistance, Hathaway and Frodo received the effect of +2 in strength and +1 in physique. This kind of increase in attributes would only occur when eating the meat for the first time. After eating the meat again, it would at most increase some temporary effects or the talent Lesser Ice Resistance. There were many restrictions on the increase in attributes of the meat, other than the fact that it could not be eaten multiple times. If the user's attributes were already very high and exceeded the range of the food, the user could only taste the meat to recover their energy. Hathaway's physique and strength were not high. As a wizard, close combat had always been her weakness. Now, she had consciously trained her close combat ability. The next day, Sulin woke up to a tempting fragrance. He lowered his head and looked at Hathaway in his arms. She was curled up on his chest like a kitten. He then pinched her little face. After a simple wash, he walked out of the stone room. "You're awake. Come and try my secret fresh fish soup." Frodo called out enthusiastically. The Cryopterus meat last night had brought him a lot of benefits. Although halflings were born with great agility, their strength was also not high. When a human reached adulthood, their strength could reach 8 points, but halflings could only reach 6 points. "It smells so good." Hathaway, who was still sleepy, immediately woke up after smelling the fish. "Beautiful witch, come and try the breakfast prepared by the gourmet Frodo." Frodo took out the cutlery and began to distribute the food. In addition to the delicious fish soup, Frodo also collected some wild fruits and a jar of honey in the wild. It had to be said that halflings really put in a lot of effort to eat. They could eat so much in the wild. The gourmet Frodo's destination was the south of Florence. He even wanted to go to the sea to try some of the local delicacies. Basically, all halfling gourmets would travel around the world. Sulin invited him to his territory as a guest. To be honest, Sulin also wanted this gourmet to teach the chefs in his castle. The chef slaves bought from Cult City were only average. After tasting the cooking skills of the halflings, Sulin suddenly felt that their cooking skills were unacceptable. Frodo immediately accepted Sulin's invitation. After all, it was on the way to Sulin's territory. Sulin also said that his territory had just brewed a new kind of wine. It was too tempting for a halfling who loved good wine. Chapter 122. When they resumed their journey, there was one more Frodo in the group. To take care of his short legs, Hathaway used a spell to control a giant antler deer for him to ride. "Thank you, beautiful Madam Hathaway," Frodo said with a smile. Frodo laughed as he rode on the giant horned deer. "Speaking of which, this is my first time riding a giant horned deer. It feels pretty good. At least those weeds can no longer block my eyes. I admit that you guys are very powerful for successfully killing Cryopteris. However, I once did something that you guys would never be able to do." Frodo and Sulin chatted as they talked about the interesting things that happened during his travels. After a while, Frodo could not help but start his daily routine, bragging. These halflings like to sit down with a pipe in their mouth. They enjoyed smoking while bragging to others. This habit was very similar to Sulin's previous life. Really, I'm not kidding. Frodo took a deep puff from his pipe and blew out a beautiful smoke ring. He looked very serious and said in a deep voice, "I receive a request from a duke to go to a giant dragon's lair to retrieve something for him." At that time, the giant dragon was at least 30 meters long. Its mouth was so big that it could swallow me and this giant antler deer. Its scales were indestructible, and its claws were extremely sharp. It could easily crush a rock. As long as it touched me, it could easily tear me into pieces. Frodo held the pipe in his mouth and gestured the giant dragon's claws with his hands. He even acted as if he was still scared. Then, his tone became very serious. The situation at that time was very dangerous. I tried my best to dodge the giant dragon's claws. There were a few times when I was almost killed by it. There is a limit to the strength of a human. However, each person's physique is different. If it were another human or halfling, they would not have been able to hold on for more than 3 minutes. However, facing this kind of danger, I managed to dodge the giant dragon's attack with a slide kick. That big guy with slow reaction did not hit me at all. Instead, I used my short sword to cut open the scales on its leg. He wanted to turn around and attack me, but in the end, I hid in his pile of gold and treasure. This difficult battle lasted for a long time. The narrow cave limited the dragon's flexibility, and in the end, he was fooled by me. After that, I easily took that item and left the dragon's lair. Although Sulin knew that he was talking nonsense, he still found it interesting to listen to his bragging. Even Hathaway, who was sitting in Sulin's arms, was listening to him bragging. With the defensive power of the dragon's scales, the 2 short swords in your hands, it's already not bad to leave a scratch on the scales. What do you think you're holding? Silver Sword of Gith plus 10 Divine Weapon? Dragons rarely appeared in the human world. There were only a few giant dragons, and the strength of each was more exaggerated than the other. For example, the ancient red dragon, who was the queen of the southern sea, was a ruthless character. She occupied a prosperous shipping route and collected taxes there. All ships passing through here had to pay. The cunning red dragon queen also had an army of monsters under her command. She had firmly controlled the shipping route for 500 or 600 years. Until now, no one dared to kill a dragon. Those who dared to do so would be buried in their graves by now. The Red Dragon Queen was not arrogant and brainless like the average red dragon. Instead, she was very cunning. She was also a magic addict. She liked to study magic and was very accomplished. At least, she was a legendary wizard. As a result, no one dared to provoke her. Imagine a giant dragon with legendary spellcasting ability. Spellcasting by giant dragons was not as troublesome as that of human wizards. Their spells were all instantaneous. With the explosive power of a giant dragon, even a team of legendary adventurers would not be able to do anything to it. Time stop, maze, great dissociation, and then a wave of attacks. Even a team would be wiped out before they could even attack. Even if they survived this wave of spells, they still had to face a giant beast that was far more powerful than a legendary warrior. The size of a giant dragon gave them a great advantage in close combat. These cunning giant dragons had a variety of spells and were full of magic. They had completely gotten rid of the magic net. With their magic power, it was not a problem for them to wipe out a few legendary adventurers. The giant dragons also had servants and armies. They had all kinds of traps and monsters to surround them. The number of tricks they had was enough to make one scalp numb. Therefore, those giant dragons that were still alive and kicking were not easy to deal with. Therefore, the giant dragon that Frodo mentioned was at best a WYRM, one that had the intelligence of a wild beast. It did not have any spell-like abilities, nor could it breathe. It was a WYRM that could only engage in close combat. Sulin did not expose him. With such an interesting halfling around, the journey had become much more interesting. Although Frodo liked to brag, he was not bluffing. He exaggerated his adventures and told Sulin a lot of news from all over the world. The journey back was smooth. After 2 days, Sulin and his team finally returned to his territory. Wow, what's that? After entering his territory, Frodo was attracted by the 4 to 5 kilometers long aqueduct. It was close to 40 meters high and more than 4 kilometers long. It was a very spectacular building in this era. That's the city's water supply system. The water of the city is drawn in by it, Hathaway said proudly. And this building is powered by no magic at all. This is a miracle in the history of architecture, Frodo said as he looked at the aqueduct in surprise. Well, if you want to see it, there will be time in the future. Let's enter the city now, Sulin said as he waved his hand. The aqueduct is spectacular now. You will only know what a miracle is when he starts to build those miraculous buildings. Have you seen the Sky Garden, Arcane Garden? Have you seen the Four Divine Beasts Altar? Have you seen the Observatory? Have you seen the Harvest Altar? Have you seen a mechanical city? When all these miraculous buildings are built, you will be shocked to death. After entering the city, Frodo was surprised by the cleanliness of the city. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the cleanest city he had ever seen. There were many rules in the city that he was curious about. For example, pedestrians and vehicles had to drive on the right side of the road. The streets were all the same height. Sulin returned to the Lord's castle. Chrissy had been waiting for him for a long time. She ordered her subordinates to arrange a place for Frodo to stay. Then she smiled and said, "Oh, so you're back. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have prepared a welcome ceremony. There are a lot of Cryopteris. Give me one tomorrow. I want to be a dragon slayer too, hey." He walked over and slapped her bouncy buttocks. This little girl had not been shot for 2 days. Her tail was sticking up. "Aya, what are you doing?" F***CK. Sulin carried Chrissy with one hand and dragged Hathaway with the other to the hot spring. He had been running around for a few days and even fought with the Cryopteris. Although he had the cleansing spell, Sulin still felt more comfortable in the hot spring. Moreover, if he did not use the plasma cannon to teach these 2 girls a lesson, they would rebel. If he did not use the plasma cannon, they would not be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 123. Sulin stored the Cryopteris meat in the warehouse. The Cryopteris meat could not be stored for a long time, so they were all made in a dragon's breast. With the gourmet Frodo around, the taste of the dragon's breast was naturally very good. The 6 Cryopteris had a total of about 5 tons of meat and some internal organs. The internal organs had been preserved and given to Hathaway to process. These organs could be used to make magic potions. After the 5 tons of dragon meat were all made, there were about 2 tons of dragon's breast. Sulin gave some to Frodo as a gift. Of course, Frodo also gave some of the various spices he had collected to Sulin as a return gift. In this era, spices were not cheap. Although it was not as expensive as a Kinnur for a few grains of pepper, it was still very expensive. For example, the cheapest pepper cost 500 kinner per kilogram. Sulen had to buy spices from the caravans that came to trade every month. Now that he had these spices, Sulen planned to grow some in his territory. The spices trade had always been the most important trade in the southern seas. Many spices were produced on the islands in the southern seas. Even if Sulen could grow spices, the scale and quality of the spices would not be as good as the spices in the southern seas. Frodo was very curious about Sulen's territory. It was completely different from the cities he had been to before. It was too clean and tidy. He did not understand why Sulen spent so much effort and money on this place. Another thing that piqued his interest was the delicacies here. The rum tasted very good, and Frodo fell in love with it immediately. Other than the rum, there was also the way the food was cooked. On the continent, boiling, frying, and so on were the most popular methods. However, when he came here, he realized that they were actually stir-frying. The stir-frying method was indeed different. First, it required a special wok. Then, it would be fried with oil. The taste was indeed very delicious. Frodo had been going to the kitchen every day, and Sulen did not stop him. He wanted the gourmet to visit more often. Every time he went there, Frodo would cook a sumptuous and delicious meal, which was much better than what Sulen and the other chefs could cook. Moreover, following Frodo's cooking, the chef's cooking skills had also improved. Sulen even wanted Frodo to train several qualified chefs for him. Other than stir-frying, Frodo also liked eating ice cream. After trying the ice cream that was made with cream, honey, white sugar, and fruits, he instantly fell in love with it. He asked Sulen to learn how to make ice cream. In order to learn how to make ice cream, Frodo signed a lot of contracts. For example, he would help to plant spices, teach the chefs how to cook, and make a delicious meal every day. Sulen hung the head of a Cryopteris on the city wall of his territory. The ogre wizard accompanied the head. Those who were worried about the Cryopteris attack and wanted to escape immediately gave up the idea after seeing the head of the Cryopteris. A lord who could slay dragons was very rare in the human world. Sulen's reputation in his territory increased tremendously. If one opened the system's interface, they would find that the number of people who had fallen to 50 due to the arrival of the refugees and the pterosaurs had increased to 87 in just one day, and it was still increasing. The 6 Cryopteris obtained quite a lot of dragon skins. Although a lot of them were damaged in the battle, there was still a lot left. A pterosaur with a wingspan of 12 meters was even bigger than a raging wind tiger's. However, not all dragon skins were suitable for making leather armor. The ones on the wings were more suitable for making blank scrolls. Sulen and Hathaway calculated that they could make at least 110 sets of leather armor from the pterosaur skins. The pterosaur leather armor was tough and had a natural +1 enchantment. If they could find an alchemist to enchant it, they could make a good magic equipment. Other than these, there were also 3 dragon penises. These are good stuff. If they were auctioned in Cult City, the nobles would go crazy for them. If there was a chance, Sulen could prepare an auction to attract more people to his territory. After dealing with these things, Sulen looked at the 13 dragon eggs in his hand. It was not easy to hatch a pterosaur dragon egg. It required a special environment. Just like how red dragons needed a rich fire element to hatch, these Cryopteris needed an environment rich in ice element to hatch. However, even if the environment was suitable, the incubation rate of Cryopteris was not high. In fact, the incubation rate of giant dragons was not high. Under normal circumstances, it would be good to have a 50% incubation rate. If Sulen wanted to hatch these dragon eggs, he would need to prepare a professional incubation room. Luckily, Hathaway knew how to build an incubation room to hatch pterosaurs. After all, dragons were powerful creatures. Many wizards were studying their secrets. There was a time when many dragon apprentices appeared among the wizards. These dragon apprentices were different from normal sorcerers. Their physical attributes were off the charts. It was said that there was a legendary dragon apprentice whose body was even stronger than a legendary warrior. Although their spells were not as powerful as wizards, they were still very strong. Pterosaur dragon eggs could not be stored for long. If they were placed in a normal environment, the incubation rate of the pterosaur dragon egg would be reduced. The second day after Sulin returned to his territory, he began to build an incubation room with Hathaway. The incubation room had to be clean and tidy. It was best to build an elemental pool in the room. Abundant elemental energy was very helpful for the hatching of dragons. Of course, this was something only the great wizards could do. Building an elemental pool was not as simple as digging a puddle. The elemental pool gathered liquefied elemental energy. In order to reach this level in the main material world, one had to connect the 4 major elemental planes. This step alone could only be done by a great wizard. Of course, one also needed to have the coordinates of the 4 major elemental planes. At the same time, one also needed to be on guard against the elemental creatures that might come and cause trouble when the channel was connected. The elemental pool was also the essence of a wizard tower. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a real wizard tower. Without an elemental pool, no matter how tall and grand the tower was, it would still be an ordinary building. It was meaningless to a wizard. Therefore, only wizards above the level of a great wizard could have their own wizard tower. It was very difficult to build an elemental pool. At least, from the various materials that Hathaway reported, Sulin could not afford them. Astral dust, arcane crystals, all kinds of magic gems, arcane dust, runic steel, etc. They were all very expensive. Chapter 124. It was impossible to build an elemental pool right now, unless Hathaway advanced to the level of a great wizard. However, the incubation room still needed to be built. High-quality incubation rooms had high-quality incubation rooms, and low-quality incubation rooms had low-quality incubation rooms. There were not many requirements for the main building of the incubation room. Sulin had built it in no time. Without an elemental pool, Hathaway was going to build a rune circle to gather the surrounding elemental energy. Elemental energy was widespread in the main material world, but except for a few places, most places did not have a high concentration of elemental energy. These elemental energies usually wandered around. Wizards had discovered runes that could gather elemental energy, and they would use these runes to form a rune circle to gather the wandering elemental energy. More advanced runes could even connect with the energy of the earth veins and transform an area into an elemental active area. It was said that only the most powerful wizard organizations could do this, and those organizations would also use this technology to cultivate all kinds of magical plants. The incubation room built by Sulin had an area of 150 square meters. Each ice Quetzalcoatlus egg occupied an area of 10 square meters. In addition to the runic matrices, it was better to put some ice magic stones in the incubation room to hatch the ice Quetzalcoatlus. Hathaway had some cold moonstones in her hand. They were moon-white stones, a kind of low-level magic stone. They felt cold in her hand. Although they were low-level magic stones, they were enough to hatch Cryopterus eggs. After all, it was just a Euron. The incubation room was made of marble, and the floor was made of obsidian. In fact, it would have been better to use obsidian, but Sulin did not have that many obsidian stones. Hathaway summoned the wizard's hand and used a special rune-carving knife to carve a rune circle on the obsidian. She spent the whole morning carving hundreds of runes in the room. Then she used the blood of the ice Quetzalcoatlus and some other magic materials to make rune ink. She blended the rune ink with the engraved runes, and the rune circle was completed. Activate it and test its effect. Hathaway snapped her fingers and stored all the raw materials before activating the runic matrix. The nodes lit up one by one, and the runic matrix was officially activated. Sulin felt a breeze appear in the room and then disappear. Why isn't it working? Could have failed? Sulin asked curiously after waiting for a while, but nothing happened. How could I fail? I am an intermediate alchemist. Hathaway retorted. Then why aren't there any changes? Sulin pointed at the incubation room. This is a low-level array. It's normal for it to take effect slowly. Hathaway was a little lacking in confidence. Then, she said indignantly, "Besides, who asked you to not have high-level materials? It's already very good that I can make this for you." Well, okay. Sulen was a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't ask for too much if the materials were not good enough. Fortunately, the effects of the runic matrix were still there. After a while, Sulen could clearly feel that the elemental concentration in the incubation room had increased by a lot. Put the Cryopterus eggs in these positions. The elemental energy around them will be poured in. Hathaway placed the Cryopterus eggs in the designated positions one by one, and then activated the runic matrix. The elemental energy around them was converted into aqua blue ice elemental energy. Then it was guided out through the runic matrix. Then it was transported to the runic matrix in a very gentle manner before it was released slowly. Outside, countless aqua blue light spots floated up and merged with the Cryopterus eggs. That's it. Sulen was a little disappointed. Even a 50-cent special effect would be better than this. Okay, as long as the runic matrix is activated, these Cryopterus eggs will slowly hatch, Hathaway said with a relaxed expression. Are you ready for the taming technique? Sulen asked. The main reason why it was difficult to tame dragons was because of their inherited memories. Although Cryopterus was only a Euron, it also had inherited memories. It was just that it was much less than a real dragon. Don't worry, I have already engraved the taming matrix in the runic matrix. When they hatch, the taming will be complete. Hathaway said with a smile. But you have to give me one of these hatched pterosaurs. I want to be a tool. Don't worry, I will definitely give you one. Sulen rubbed Hathaway's head. Ding! The construction of the incubation room is completed. Territory taming has been enhanced. Incubation room incubates magical beast eggs and increases the incubation rate. There is also a 1% chance that the hatched creature will mutate. Energy gathering +3, incubation effect +3, taming success +10, mutation +1. Incubation status, incubating. Type, Cryopterus. Number, 13. Estimated incubation time, 46 days. Looking at the incubation room's attributes, Sulen was a little surprised. He didn't expect this building to be recognized by the system. Looking at the attributes of the incubation room, it could even increase the incubation rate. As for the 1% mutation rate, it depended on luck. After placing the Cryopterus eggs, Sulen and Hathaway left the incubation room. They found 2 barbarian warriors and asked them to guard the incubation room and not let anyone else in. Sulen then left with Hathaway. The incubation rate of a dragon egg was generally about 50%. As a subspecies of Cryopterus, it was slightly higher, but it still only had a 60% incubation rate. In fact, the incubation rate of a dragon egg would become obvious after a period of incubation. The stronger the dragon egg, the higher the incubation rate. Dragon eggs that had low vitality or had begun to weaken would not hatch. As their vitality weakened, these dragon eggs would eventually become dead eggs. In fact, even after a Cryopterus was hatched, it would take at least 5 years to grow before it could be used in battle. Cryopterus needed 10 years to reach adulthood. Their lifespan was between 200 and 300 years. It was very difficult to train them to become dragon knights. After all, Sulen didn't have a suitable person to be a dragon knight. The barbarians were more suitable for rushing forward. Humans could do it, but to become a dragon knight, they needed to be at least a knight commander. The drows were quite suitable. They were strong, light, and agile. It was just that the drows didn't trust Sulen yet. Sulen had always been envious of the drows. It was said that the drows were very open and had good figures. They had slim waists, full buttocks, long legs, charming looks, high flexibility, and superb riding skills. Bah, I'm saying that the drows are very suitable to be scouts. Chapter 125. Sulen was playing with an exquisite token. There was only a relief of a soldier on the token. The back of the token was smooth, and there was nothing on it. This token was the reinforcement order that he had obtained from the golden treasure chest. According to the system, this token could summon a troop of soldiers. Su Lin was a little hesitant. He was not sure what kind of soldiers the system would summon. Forget it, I'll just summon them and see. Su Lin threw the token up and put it into his pocket. He then rode his horse and left the town. Without bringing anyone, Su Lin left the territory alone and found an empty wilderness. Su Lin took out the reinforcement order and hesitated for a while before choosing to use it. A light flashed and the reinforcement order disappeared. Then, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! The host has used the reinforcement order. A troop of soldiers is about to arrive. Just when Su Lin was puzzled, a portal opened in midair. Then, a troop of soldiers walked out of the portal. These soldiers were wearing armor and holding weapons. There were about 40 of them. Half of them were spearmen and the other half were archers. Their equipment looked good. Soon, 2 soldiers who should be the team leaders walked to Su Lin and saluted. General, the spearmen and archers have all arrived. Su Lin was a little surprised to see these soldiers in front of him. Although they looked like ordinary people, they were completely different creatures in the system interface. Otherworld creature, war spirit. Otherworld warriors summoned by magic. They do not have a physical body. Only when the summoning is successful will they automatically transform into something you are familiar with. They are loyal mercenaries. After death, they will return to the otherworld and wait for the next summoning. After communicating with these soldiers, Su Lin realized that each of these war spirits had their own names and independent thoughts. They were like living humans, but in fact, they were similar to heroic spirits. Although their bodies looked like humans, they were actually made of energy. He opened the system interface and found this team in the military column. Loyalty and morale were both at 80, which was within the normal range. The system's products are really good. The 2 teams of spearmen and archers in front of him were all veterans. The 20 spearmen had all reached the level of elite spearmen, and the captain had reached the level of heavy armored spearmen. The heavy armored spearmen were already at the level of knights. Although they were not as strong as barbarians, they were not afraid of death, which was very scary. Similarly, the group of archers in front of him were all elite longbowmen. The advancement of archers started from recruit archer, then longbowmen, elite longbowmen, strong longbowmen, and finally sharpshooters. As for condor archers, it was a special advancement. The captain of the archer squad was also a knight-ranked archer. Su Lin checked the attributes of the spearmen. They were weaker than the barbarians, but they also had the talents of strength, tenacity, and courage. They also had a passive skill, good training, and 3 skills. Good training. Long-term strict training allows them to familiarize themselves with various military skills. Even if they encounter a surprise attack, they can form a suitable military formation in the shortest time possible. They are disciplined and obedient. They are rare elite soldiers. Courage. After strict training, the spearmen dare to face any military formation. Well, +2. Spear formation. Spear formation. Basic skill of the spearmen. After strict training, the spearmen will form a dense defensive spear formation. Stab. Stab. Increase attack speed by 50%. Stab with a weapon in an instant. Armor break, +2 effect. There is a certain chance of piercing. Spear assault. Spear assault. Elite spearmen form a cone formation to perform a rapid assault. Movement speed increased by 50%. Attack power increased by 50%. Armor break +3 and piercing effect. After the assault, they will enter a weakened state. All attributes reduced by 20%. Spear assault made Sullen's eyes light up. This skill was completely used to deal with large-scale battles. The more the number, the more destructive it would be. When 2 armies suddenly used it in a battle, it could directly break through the enemy's defense line. Of course, the weakness of this skill was obvious. If the enemy had a large number of archers, they would suffer heavy losses. However, Su Lin did not care. After all, there were definitely many types of soldiers on the battlefield. It was rare for a single type of soldier to appear. The attributes of the archers were not weak. These archers looked strong and muscular. Their arms, especially, were obviously thicker than the spearmen. Because they often used the bow, their arms were very strong. Archers were not weak in close combat. In fact, they were not weaker than ordinary soldiers except for not wearing armor. There were many cases of the English longbowman in his previous life. The French soldiers wore heavy armor and risked their lives to rush through the rain of arrows of the English longbowmen. It was not easy to get close to them. They imagined that they could kill these longbowmen like cutting vegetables. In the end, because of the heavy armor, the long-distance running caused their physical strength to be exhausted. Instead, they were defeated by the archers in close combat. These archers had the talents of strength, dexterity, and accuracy. Dexterity, body is flexible. Attack speed increases by 20%. Dexterity +2. Accuracy. Accuracy increases by 20%. They also had the passive skill of good training. The skills of the archers were also good. 3 skills: volley, continuous shot, and long shot. Volley. After strict training, the archers are able to form a dense formation and launch a rain of arrows at an area. Rapid fire. After arduous training, these archers have become very proficient in their skills. They can fire 3 arrows consecutively in a short period of time, causing a large area of damage with arrows. Armor break +1. Long shot. Attack range increases by 20%. Attack speed decreases by 50%. Arrows are powerful. Armor break +2. In fact, the value of the archers among these soldiers was higher than that of the spearmen. A spearman's training time was short, and it was easy to become a fighting force. Archers were different. In addition to physical fitness, they also needed some talent and skills. Therefore, the price of archers' training was higher. After the group of soldiers in front of him joined Sullen's camp, Su Lin had to pay them a salary. If the salary was delayed, their morale would drop. At the same time, their loyalty would also decrease. Once the loyalty fell below 60, these soldiers could defect at any time. The cost of maintaining these soldiers was not low. A spearman needed 3 kinner a month, and an archer needed 4 kinner a month. In addition to these, there were also various logistical supplies, such as food and equipment. A group of 40 people would need to spend thousands of kinner a year. However, compared to their combat power, it was all worth it. Su Lin brought these soldiers back to the territory. As for the origin of these soldiers, he only said that they were here to seek refuge. It did not matter whether others believed it or not. After all, this was Sullen's territory. He had the final say. These soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks. Su Lin had already ordered people to build new homes for them. Su Lin had already treated these soldiers as humans and not the cold numbers of the system. After all, other than Su Lin, no one knew that they were summoned by the system. Chapter 126. The military strength of the Northgard Castle had changed a lot. There were only 71 barbarian warriors in the beginning, but now there were a total of 186, including the security team and the new recruits. 30 security team, 40 new recruits, and 5 scouts who had just finished their training. Together with the barbarian guards, this was Sullen's military strength. The population of the Northgard Castle had exceeded 2,000 people. Of course, 70% of them were Sullen's serfs. Even the refugees had to work for Su Lin to survive. Because of the trade, there would be a few caravans coming to the Northgard Castle every month. The sugar from the Northgard Castle was very popular in the northern provinces. Because of the sugar, the high-quality rum had successfully opened up a market among the nobles. It had been almost 4 months since Su Lin came to the Northgard Castle. This small town deep in the northern wastelands had gained some fame among the nobles. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Su Lin would become a real landed noble. By then, many nobles would come to curry favor with him. After all, a rising landed noble could infect a large number of low-ranked nobles. Su Lin had never thought of accepting those nobles' allegiance. Those nobles would surely fail. He had no intention of infecting them. He was busy harvesting food now. It had been more than 3 months since the first piece of farmland had been cultivated. The first batch of potatoes had matured after about 100 days. The remaining potatoes would also mature in the next half a month. As long as there was a good harvest of potatoes this year, Sullen's territory would not suffer from a famine even if they stopped planting potatoes in the next few years. Of course, from next year onwards, Sulen would reduce the number of potatoes planted and switch to wheat and other crops. After all, he did not want to keep eating potatoes, noodles, steamed buns, and scallion pancakes. Weren't they delicious? Why would he eat potatoes when he had the money? He planned to slowly try all the different delicacies from his previous life. The first batch of land cultivated in the Northgard Castle was a good paddy field. The soil was quite fertile. Although there was no fertilizer, the yield of potatoes was still quite good. Arriving at the first batch of potato fields, Sulen randomly selected a few pieces of farmland and then let the serfs begin to harvest the grain. Monseigneur, I've arranged for people to take care of the land you've allocated. A servant came to Sulen's side and said. Sulen looked around and found that the serfs were ready. He nodded and said, "Let's start. Begin." A soldier with a loud voice shouted from the side. Along with his order, the serfs in the specially selected fields began to harvest potatoes with various tools. The soft soil was turned over. He grabbed the vine and pulled it out forcefully. Strings of potatoes were pulled out from the soil. After shaking off the soil, the potatoes, which were at least the size of a fist, were arranged into a string. It looked very pleasing, and a string of potatoes weighed a few kilograms. The vines of the potatoes were removed, and the fruits were thrown into the bamboo basket at the side. The potatoes in each plot of land were placed together to be weighed. This was done to maximize the estimation of a yield per mu of land. Although there were still errors, the difference was not big. Through this, the yield of potatoes this year could be roughly estimated. 1 mu of land was not big, and these serfs were very fast. They all wanted to leave a good impression in front of Sulen. As long as Sulen was happy and rewarded them with a few points, they would be able to get their freedom faster and then have their own land. These people were very satisfied. Soon, the potatoes in the vicinity of 1 mu of land were harvested. Sulen asked people to weigh the potatoes. After the soil was sifted off, the potatoes in the baskets were weighed. The potatoes produced in each plot of land were weighed and marked one by one. Potatoes were a crop widely planted in this world. The staple food of most civilians was potatoes. Who asked this crop to be easy to grow and have a high yield? Only a small amount of land would grow crops such as rice and wheat, which were usually used to pay taxes. Moreover, rice and wheat were basically used as daily food by nobles or big merchants. The taxes in this world were not low, because the taxes in various places were set by the lords. The benevolent ones were fine, but the greedy ones would collect all kinds of taxes, such as catching fish in the river, cutting firewood in the mountains, and paying a poll tax every year. In short, all kinds of taxes were collected from clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Every year, when farming, the nobles' land had to be cultivated first before they could plant their own fields. Every week, they had to work for the lords for 3 days. If it were not for potatoes, half of the civilians in this world would have starved to death. About half an hour later, the yield of potatoes in these plots of land was calculated. Among them, the yield of potatoes in the largest plot of land was 303 kilograms, and the yield of potatoes in the smallest plot of land was 254 kilograms. The yield of 200 kilograms was not too high. Because it was a new plot of land, the yield in the first year would be lower. Next year, when there was fertilizer, the yield would be higher. Even with the current yield, the yield of these plots of land was enough to feed tens of thousands of people. Potatoes could be planted 3 times a year, so for a long time, he did not have to worry about food. After the food problem was solved, Sulen could increase the number of people brought in. At least 300,000 mu of land could be cultivated in Northtown Castle, enough to feed 50 to 60,000 people. Right now, only about 10,000 mu of land have been cultivated. He did not want to leave those plots of land empty. Northtown Castle was located in a remote area, but if it were not so remote, it would not be his turn to cultivate this land. It would have been occupied by others long ago, so there was nothing to complain about. If Sulen wanted people, he could only rely on the trade caravans to bring in refugees every time, or by slave from Cult City himself. However, both of these methods required a lot of money, and the results were slow. Unless Sulin was confident that he could get a recruitment order every once in a while, this was the best way. As for the Drows, Sulin also wanted to recruit them. The Drows were also a powerful race, and compared to the obvious shortcomings of the barbarians, the Drows had almost no shortcomings. Of course, if they did not believe in the Dark Maiden, Sulin would not have dared to accept them. Except for the Drows who believed in the Dark Maiden, in Sulin's opinion, 9 out of 10 Drows were mentally ill. They plotted all kinds of schemes and murders every day. If they had the time, they might as well practice their writing skills. So far, Sulin still did not take the initiative to get in touch with the Drows. After experiencing the escape and finally settling down, the Drows were actually very sensitive and insecure. They had lived in an environment of mutual deception for a long time, which made it difficult for them to trust others. The best way for Sulin now was to express some kindness to them, but not to get too close to them. In fact, Sulin had already treated the Drows as meat in his mouth. Those Drows who lived in the underworld all year round could not adapt to the environment of the northern wilderness. One could not imagine how cold the winter in the northern wilderness was without experiencing it. Chapter 127. Frodo the Halfling was very happy during this period of time. Not only did he find the spices in the wilderness, but he also learned a new way of cooking, stir-frying. This new way of cooking surprised Frodo. During this period of time, he made many delicious dishes under the guidance of Sulin. He was now very confident that he would be able to participate in the King of Chefs tournament and win the championship when he returned to the Shire. At the same time, he was also very curious about Sulin's cooking. After all, these dishes were all Sulin's suggestions. Ice cream, red braised pork, stir-fried pork, mushroom stir-fried pork, cumin mutton, and many other dishes were all suggested by him. Frodo almost wanted to take apart Sulin's brain to see how many strange ideas were hidden in it. For example, just now, Sulin told him how to make a snack called potato chips. Frodo had already tried to make it according to Sulin's description. The reason why Sulin made potato chips was because there were too many potatoes. He could not eat mashed potatoes every day, so making some snacks was a good idea. The process of making potato chips was not difficult. All he had to do was to cut the potato chips into thin slices and fry them in a pot of oil until golden brown. When he took them out of the pot, he just had to sprinkle some spices on them. The only difficult part was cutting the potato chips. However, this was just a basic operation for a rogue who could play with his dagger. The last time they had a hot pot, Frodo had demonstrated how to slice mutton. He had sliced a large piece of mutton into slices as thin as a cicada's wing in no time. His knife skills were even better than those of the butcher from East Lyshan in his previous life. Soon, the fragrant potato chips were ready. Sulin tasted one. It was crispy and delicious. It was not much different from the ones he had eaten in his previous life. Hathaway and Chris liked it even more. From today onwards, other than ice cream, they also added potato chips to their snacks. Hey, Sulin, your territory has a good harvest. Do you want to hold a harvest festival or some other celebration? I think it would be great to hold a fishing competition, Frodo suggested while munching on potato chips. Harvest festival and celebration? What does it do? Sulin was puzzled. Festivals can make the residents of the territory feel happy and increase their sense of belonging to the territory, Frodo said with a smile. All right, I agree. Sulin thought for a while. Organizing a festival in his territory would cost a lot, but just like what Frodo had said, it could increase the sense of belonging of the residents in his territory. In other words, it could increase the morale of the people. After this period of migration, the people's sentiment in Sulin's territory had declined. After all, no matter how good Sulin's treatment was, many of them were still slaves. Although killing the pterosaur had increased the sentiment and stability of the territory by 10 points, it was still around 80 points. You agreed? That's great, Frodo said excitedly. Basically, all halflings loved all kinds of celebrations. I think we can hold a gourmet food competition and a fishing competition. To be honest, in my hometown, the Shire, I have won both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. This is the first time in hundreds of years that someone has won both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. Sulin did not believe Frodo's boasting about winning both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition because many halflings would boast like that. However, most of them boasted about winning the fishing competition or the gourmet food competition. It was very rare for someone to win both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. However, Frodo now had the trump card of cooking. Perhaps he really had the chance to win both the gourmet food competition. As for the champion of the whole Shire, it was not certain. The Shire was a gathering place for villages. Every village would hold such competitions, but there was no unified, large-scale competition. Therefore, the champion that Frodo mentioned was most likely the village that won the first place. A gourmet food competition and a fishing competition? I think it's okay, but at an archery competition and a martial arts competition, Sulin said after thinking for a while. Since he had decided to hold a festival, he might as well make it bigger. An archery competition and a martial arts competition? Frodo shrugged. He was not very good at these two competitions, but it should be very lively. That was enough for him. The fishing competition was soon held. There were not many people participating in the fishing competition. Most people went to participate in the martial arts and archery competition, especially the barbarians. They all signed up for the martial arts competition, while the archers signed up for the archery competition. Sulin did not participate in these two competitions. After all, if he participated, the others would not be able to have fun. Therefore, he brought Hathaway to participate in the fishing competition. This will make it more festive, Frodo said excitedly. Then he took out a few pieces of a rod from his pocket and connected them together. In a few seconds, he had assembled a fishing rod. Then he put the bait on and started fishing. Today, I will show you the skills of the Shire's fishing champion. Sulin also made a fishing rod and went to the side to fish. Beside him was Hathaway. Hathaway also participated in the fishing competition, but she was not interested in it. It was Hathaway's first time fishing, but her luck was unexpectedly good. After a while, her fishing float started to sway. She used her arm to pull it up. Don't rush. The fish is testing the water. If you move, it will run away. Sulin quickly stopped her. You are quite lucky. This fish should be a big one. Really? Then why are we eating the big fish tonight? Hathaway said excitedly. It took the bait. At this moment, Hathaway's fishing rod suddenly dropped. The straight fishing rod was bent into a bow, and the fishing line was pulled tightly. Release the line. Release the line. Release the line slowly. Sulin instructed from the side. Yes, just like that. Release the line slowly. This will exhaust its strength without breaking the fishing line. Isn't this too troublesome? Hathaway frowned. I got it. She snapped her fingers, and a transparent hand suddenly appeared in the water and lifted the big, lively fish out of the water. Sulin was speechless. This fish is at least 15 pounds. Hathaway said excitedly. Sulin said, the fun of fishing is to wrestle with the fish. You rely on a thin fishing line and use superb skills to catch them successfully. Only then will you be satisfied. You are not very flexible when fishing like this. Hathaway did not hear Sulin at all. She threw the fish into the bucket and continued fishing. However, her luck seemed to be off the charts today. Within a few minutes, the second fish took the bait. Sulin did not catch a single fish. Similarly, the boastful Frodo also did not catch a single fish. Next, fishing became a personal show for Hathaway. The third, fourth, and fifth fish were caught one after another. Frodo finally could not sit still. He threw down the fishing rod, picked up a harpoon, and jumped into the water with a splash. Soon, a figure came out of the river with the harpoon in his hand raised high. There was a fish that weighed about 5 kilograms on it. He smiled happily and said, I caught one too. This is a fishing competition, not a harpoon. Sulin rolled his eyes. You are cheating. You're disqualified. In the end, Hathaway won the competition. The prize was 3 plasma cannons. The other competitions also decided the winners. As expected, Johnson won the combat competition. The archer team leader won the archery competition. At night, the territory held a banquet. The entire Northgard castle became very lively. Sulen also heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully held a harvest festival. The people are very satisfied with this festival. Popular sentiment +10. Congratulations to the host. You have activated the festival system. The current festival is Harvest Festival. Having a festival can make the people in your territory peaceful and prosperous. Harvest Festival. A grand festival can bring happiness and a sense of belonging to the people. Popular sentiment +10, prosperity +5. Chapter 128. 5,000 acres of potatoes were harvested. On average, 250 kilograms of potatoes were harvested per acre. After counting, they had harvested a total of 1,250 tons of potatoes. The potatoes were enough to last them for a whole year. Other than that, the Northgard castle also stored a large amount of dried meat and salted fish. Even the spotted antelope was growing well. The Northgard castle was basically self-sufficient now. The harvest festival was over, and the weather in the Northgard castle was getting colder. It was winter now. In order to prepare for the winter, the construction of the territory had slowed down. More slaves and refugees were sent to cut down trees to make charcoal and other supplies for the winter. Sulen was watching Hathaway test a few bottles of potions in her lab. To be honest, he had forgotten about these potions since he found them in the ruins last time. Actually, it was the author who forgot about them. He found them when he was processing the Cryopterus meat. He wanted to show them to Hathaway, so she could identify what kind of potion it was and whether it could still be used. Hathaway snapped her fingers and controlled the burette with a wizard's hand. She dripped a few drops of liquid into a measuring cylinder filled with a blue solution. She then shook the liquid evenly. Soon, the liquid in the cylinder underwent some strange changes. Hathaway put down the measuring cylinder and pointed at a bottle of potion. I'm in luck. This bottle of potion is well preserved. The potion's effect is still intact. What about the other potions? Sulen asked. The rest of the potions are either expired or have lost their effect. They can't be used anymore. Of course, you could try if you want to poison someone to death, Hathaway said as she resealed the potion and handed it to Sulen. Sulen took the bottle of potion. The red liquid in the crystal bottle bumped against the surface of the bottle and flashed from time to time. It looked a little strange. What's this potion for? It's a bloodline potion. If the right person uses it, he or she will have the corresponding bloodline and become a bloodline warlock. Hathaway poured the rest of the potions into a special container. She then added another type of potion. After a few potions were mixed, it turned into a murky solution. Bloodline potion? Are you saying that this potion can turn an ordinary person into a warlock? Sulen asked in surprise. Huh? Hathaway continued to say, don't be happy too early. Although the bloodline potion can allow an ordinary person to become a bloodline warlock, there are prerequisites. What conditions? If the bloodline potion is given to an ordinary person, then the best time to use it is between the ages of 10 to 12, and the latest can't be over 16, because it takes more than a year for the bloodline potion to be fully integrated, and to become a warlock, one must awaken the bloodline before the age of 18. What if the user is not an ordinary person? Sulen waved the potion in his hand. If the user is a wizard or a wizard apprentice, the age limit can be extended to 30 years old. If the user is a knight, it can be extended to 20 years old. Hathaway combed her hair and continued, but I don't recommend using this bloodline potion. What's wrong with this bloodline potion? There are many types of bloodline potions, and each one has a different potential. The best ones are, of course, the bloodline potions of high-grade creatures, such as dragons. This bloodline potion uses the blood of a mid-grade demon claw, so its potential is limited. Also, demon warlocks are not popular in the main material world. In fact, demon warlocks were not as simple as being unpopular. Because of the integration of the demon bloodline, these people would be constantly influenced by the will of the abyss. The stronger they were, the deeper this influence would be. In the end, they would fall into the abyss and become a real demon. Of course, there were also people in this world who wanted to become demons. After all, there are many people, and there are all kinds of weirdos. After all, after becoming a demon, one's lifespan and strength would be greatly increased. According to the evolution of demons, as long as they didn't die, they could continue to evolve. Even becoming a demon lord was not impossible. Of course, the premise was that they didn't die. To be honest, demons advanced very quickly, especially the low-grade ones. These demons killed each other, and as long as they survived, they could quickly advance. There is no specific conclusion as to how long a demon's lifespan was, but one thing was certain. So far, not a single demon had lived to the end of their lives. Solon didn't plan to use this potion, but that didn't mean it was useless. For example, he could create a small villain boss for himself to gain experience. A mid-grade demon would give tens of thousands of experience. If he was lucky, he could directly level up. Sulin casually threw the potion into his storage space and left the laboratory. Hathaway was busy during this time. There were a lot of materials that she needed to deal with. It was not easy to make suitable magic equipment with the materials of 6 frost dragons. Monseigneur, Mr. Xian has returned with the caravan. There are 2 centaur messengers and a team of centaur warriors. Just as Sulin was about to go to the training ground, a member of the security team hurried over to report. Take the team of centaur warriors to a residential area outside the town. Prepare some food for them and let them rest there. Be careful not to let anyone disturb them. Centaur messengers, take them to the guest hall. Let Chris take care of them on my behalf. I'll be there soon. Sulin immediately ordered someone to make the arrangements. After greeting Hathaway, Sulin rushed to the castle. After changing into a set of luxurious clothes, he went to see the centaur messengers. To be honest, although Sulin had been in this world for a long time, this was the first time he had seen centaurs. The 2 centaur messengers were a male and a female. They had human facial features and green hair. The female centaur had a beautiful braid with some gemstones hanging from it. Her facial features were also very delicate. The male centaur had a strong body and was at least 4 meters tall. The contours of his muscles were obvious. It was obvious that he was a powerful warrior. The 2 centaurs had elf-like pointed ears and golden eyes. It was said that this centaur tribe had a part of the bloodline of the Dryads. This could be seen from their ears. The 2 centaurs in front of him wore white linen robes. The hem of the robes was very wide. Half of the robes fell down their bodies while the other half was draped over their backs. The 2 centaurs were both maroon. Even from a human's point of view, they were very handsome and beautiful. Sulin felt a surge of elemental energy from the female centaur. It was different from the elemental energy of wizards. This energy had a dignified aura. Sulin guessed that the female centaur was most likely a priestess. The centaur tribe was very widespread. They also believed in different gods. Some believed in the god of storms, while others believed in the goddess of nature and Mother Earth. It was said that the earliest centaurs had a part of the bloodline of the gods. Just like a human world, centaurs also had nobles and commoners. Normal centaurs had average intelligence and bad tempers. They were not easy to get along with. However, the noble centaurs were very intelligent. They had a wealth of knowledge and also had a priestess. The 2 messengers in front of him were clearly centaur nobles. Chapter 129. When Sulin came back, he saw a group of centaur warriors. They were all equipped with spears and bows. They were tall and strong, and they were even stronger than the barbarians that Sulin saw the first time. It was clear that the centaur tribe valued Sulin very much. No, it should be said that they valued this trade very much. Chris had already arranged for people to prepare a sumptuous meal. Because it was noon, there were many fruits and all kinds of meat on the table. The chefs had also specially roasted a whole lamb with some cumin sprinkled on it. The smell of it was very appetizing. Sulin also asked people to prepare desserts and ice cream. He also prepared 2 bottles of high-quality rum. Because of the centaur's body structure, Sulin did not prepare chairs for them. Instead, he prepared thick and soft cushions. The 2 centaurs were very satisfied with this arrangement. Hello, human lord. I am Mission from the Samar Centaur tribe. This is my brother Kane. Sulin did not expect the Centaur tribe's messenger to be led by Mission, a female centaur. Mission was very interested in this human lord. When she entered the town, she saw the ogre wizard's head and Cryopterus' head hanging on the city wall. The centaurs were very clear about the strength of the ogre tribe, and the Cryopterus' head made her turn pale with fright. The powerful Cryopterus had the ability to fly. Not many people in this wasteland were willing to provoke them. Now that their heads were hanging on the city wall, she had to be careful and respectful. Sulen, lord of the northern castle, Sulen said with a smile. He then gestured to the prepared banquet hall and said, I've prepared some things there. We can sit down and talk. Sulen had already noticed the small movements of the 2 centaurs. The centaur tribe's food was obviously not as good as the humans, let alone the food that was cooked by the halfling chefs. Therefore, after smelling the aroma of the food, the glutton in his stomach began to stir. When they heard Sulen's invitation, they immediately agreed. When they arrived at the banquet hall, the 2 centaurs were very satisfied with the food prepared by Sulen. The fruits were okay since they were all gathered from the wilderness, but the fruit salad with cream and honey made them forget to leave. There was also a dessert called ice cream. It was simply delicious. That roasted antelope was also not bad. After tasting the food, Mission and Kane let go of their reservations and began to taste all kinds of food. Lord Sulen, we are at war with the orc tribe in the north. We need a batch of weapons and food, and of course wine. After finishing her meal, the beautiful mare finally remembered to talk about business. That's not a problem. I can sell them all to you. Sulen nodded. These were originally prepared for trade. He put down the wine glass and continued, But what are you going to use to trade? In the wastelands, Kinnar was basically not used for trade. After all, orcs, half-orcs, barbarians, centaurs, and half-elves rarely use Kinnar. Most of the time, they used the ancient method of bartering. In fact, even human caravans that came to the wastelands to trade mostly used bartering. We can use longbows, horses, and furs to trade. Of course, we can also use some gold or silver. Mission put down the ice cream in his hand and said, Gold and silver should be some raw ores. It seems like there are a lot of gold and silver mines in the wilderness. Sulen thought to himself, we don't need gold or silver for now. You can use horses and longbows to trade. Sulen had already planned to form a cavalry and archer team. Although he didn't have a cavalry commander seal and didn't have the system bonuses, forming a cavalry team was not a problem. How many horses and longbows do you have? Sulen asked. 200 fine horses and 100 longbows, Mission said. We are going to trade for 200 sets of armor and 20 carriages of food. We also want 1 carriage of rum. 200 sets of armor, 20 carriages of food, and 1 carriage of rum. I have all these goods, but you don't have enough to trade. Sulen took a sip of his wine glass and said, The armor that the centaurs were talking about was not human armor. Due to their body structure, the centaur's armor had to be specially made. They had to link a human half-armor with a horse's armor. This kind of armor was equivalent to the armor of a human heavy cavalry, so it would not be cheap. At the same time, food was very precious in the wilderness. 20 carriages of food was not a small number. The centaurs in front of them were asking for a sky-high price. Our horses are the best. They can support heavy armor and charge. Our longbows are also the best. If these things are transported to the human world, they will be popular goods. We think this price is reasonable. Mission said with a smile. You also know that it is to be transported to the human world. Sulen leaned back in his chair. The wine glass in his hand was shaking rhythmically. The amber wine swayed back and forth in the glass. But this is the wilderness. You're using the human world's standards to set the price. You're being a hooligan, Sulen said with a smile. Miss Mission, I am very sincere about doing business with you, but I don't see any sincerity in you. Lord Sulen, how much do you think we should pay? Mihian wasn't surprised. She had always been in charge of trading with humans in the Samar tribe. Even if she was ignorant at first, she had been in contact with human merchants for a long time, so she had some negotiation skills. 300 horses and 300 bows, Sulin said directly. No, that's too much. 300 horses are fine, but not bows. Mission shook her head and refused. We are now at war with the orcs. We can only sell 100 bows. But we can sell you some slaves and gold. Don't you humans like gold? What slaves? How much gold are you willing to pay? Some orc captives. Mission continued. We can provide 200 orc laborers. They are much stronger than goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. Gold is 300 pounds according to your human standards. 100 pounds of gold. Sulin didn't expect the centaur tribe to be so rich. The level of smelting in this era was limited. The purity of gold was only about 91% of what it was in his previous world. A standard kinner weighed about 5 grams. In addition to gold, there were also some other metals mixed in. 300 pounds of gold was equivalent to 30,000 kinnar. 200 orc laborers, 300 horses, 100 bows, and 300 pounds of gold. This is our first trade, so I will take a loss and agree. Sulin thought for a while and pretended to agree. Then I look forward to working with you. The beautiful little mare nodded excitedly. You are a good person. Looking at the little mare's innocent eyes, Sulin felt a little guilty. However, he quickly convinced himself. After all, the other people and the centaurs gave a much higher price. Compared to them, he was already very kind. Chapter 130. Both sides were very satisfied with this deal. After discussing the time and place of the deal, the atmosphere became very harmonious. The banquet became more and more lively. Frodo was very interested in the two centaurs. After Mission knew that the delicious food was Frodo's masterpiece, he very warmly invited Frodo to be a guest in the centaur tribe. However, Sulin stopped him. It wasn't easy to get a chef. How could he just let someone else take him away? After some discussion, Sulin also got some information about the centaur tribe and the orcs that were fighting against them. The Samar tribe had a population of more than 6,000, and more than 2,000 of them were warriors. The rest were women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Of course, this was only relative. In fact, the women of this tribe were also very strong. It could be said that every tribe was a soldier. If there was a crisis, the entire tribe would pick up their weapons. The centaur tribe also had priests. Sulin didn't know how many priests there were, but there were at least 3 of them. Compared to wizards, priests were more suitable for the battlefield. As long as they grasped the right timing, these priests with divine spells had the power to turn the tide of a battle. The armor that Sulin sold to the centaurs was not plate armor. After all, low-carbon steel armor was not cheap, and the centaur's body structure was not suitable for plate armor. Therefore, he sold them a type of chainmail. The blacksmith shop in Northtown Castle had a hydraulic forging machine, so it was very easy to make these iron armor leaves. These iron armor leaves were also twice as big as normal leaves, so it was even easier to make them. With a hammer strike, a piece of iron armor was produced. With the help of the blast furnace, they could make a few sets of iron armor in a day. After finishing all the food on the table, the 2 centaurs let out a satisfied burp. As a nomadic race, it was easy to imagine the diet of the centaurs. Most of the time, they would roast the food and sprinkle some salt on it, or add some wild vegetables to stew it. Sulin's food was all kinds of fried, steamed, and fried. There were also fruit salad and ice cream, which could be considered as luxurious desserts. It could be said that this was the best food they had ever eaten in their lives. After eating, Sulin began to talk with them. He wanted to get more information about this wasteland. I heard that you were fighting against the orcs? Sulin asked. Yes, it's an orc tribe. They want to invade our territory, Mission said. We have been at war with them for a long time, but with this batch of equipment, we are confident that we can drive them out of our pasture completely. How strong are those orcs? Sulin wanted to know the strength of the orcs. Their strength is not bad. Their individual strength is weaker than ours, but they have more people, and they have shamans. Mihian's expression was serious when he talked about the shamans. Obviously, he valued them a lot. Those bastards are using elemental power to destroy nature. This is blasphemy to Mother Earth. Mission said sternly. Su Luan had a general understanding of the conflict between the two sides. Most likely, both sides had set their sights on a piece of grassland, but in the end, neither side was willing to back down. The orcs had taken the initiative by relying on their advantage in numbers, but the centaurs refused. Coupled with the fact that the two tribes had different doctrines, it was even more difficult for the two sides to get along. Even a small matter could cause a fight, let alone a large piece of grassland. This was related to the future development and strength of the tribe. With a larger pasture, they could raise more livestock and feed more people. In a place like the wilderness, if you wanted to survive, you had to fight. Fight for pasture, fight for territory, and fight for more living space. Through Mission, Sulin also learned some information about the surrounding wasteland. There was a troll tribe to the north of the centaur tribe. Following the Red Sand River to the south, there was a swamp where some lizard tribes lived. The centaurs did not know any further places. In fact, the centaurs told Sulin that the tribes were all big tribes. In this wasteland, there were many smaller tribes. There were too many tribes, and no one knew when they were annexed, so no one knew how many tribes there were. After sending the centaur tribe's messenger away, it was already evening. The two sides agreed to come back to trade after a while. Sulin also needed a few days to prepare the armor. After this trade, Sulin would have 300 war horses and 100 longbows. He could also put the cavalry and archers on the agenda. When he arrived at the barracks, the recruits were still training. 20 archers were training their arm strength, and 20 spearmen were stabbing the scarecrows with wooden spears. Sheriff Harrison was also training the security team's soldiers. Harrison. Sulin waved at him. Harrison, who was in the middle of training, asked the squad leader to lead them to continue training, and then walked toward Sulin. Monseigneur, you were looking for me? Yes, the centaurs will send a batch of horses in a few days. Pick 30 horses for the security team and teach them how to ride, Sulin said. Monseigneur, don't worry. I will train them well. Harrison was very excited when he heard that he would be assigned 30 horses to the security team. Before this, the security team only had 2 horses, and they could only be used to send messages. Many times, they could not arrive in time to deal with emergencies. By the way, recruit some people from the refugees and train a cavalry, Sulin continued. Although many of the heroes in the territory knew how to ride, Harrison was the only one who could train cavalry. He was also the only one who had served in the army of Florence and knew how to train cavalry. Of course, he only knew how to train some beginner cavalry. It was impossible to train elite cavalry or heavy cavalry. Yes, Monseigneur. Harrison saluted seriously. Okay, continue with the training. As long as you make enough contributions, I will give you rewards. Money, land, or a title. Sulin patted Harrison's shoulder and then continued to tour the camp. Harrison, who had received Sulin's promise, was overjoyed. He became even more excited and then trained the soldiers even more fiercely. Little bastards, did you not eat? You're so soft. Even those women are better than you. Tell me loudly, are you guys men? Yes. Louder. I can't hear you. Yes. Everyone roared. Then train with all your heart. Harrison roared. Look, this is what chopping is. Look at the bullsh asterisk you guys are training. Today, everyone will do 500 more chopping, and you're not allowed to eat if you don't finish. Seeing the soldiers being tortured by Harrison, Sulin smiled in his heart and then left the camp. Chapter 131. Cavalry training was not something that could be done overnight. Other than horses, the cavalry also needed to be equipped with all sorts of equipment, such as horseshoes and saddles. These were just the basics. Light cavalry did not need to prepare horse armor, but heavy cavalry needed a full set of horse armor. However, Sulin did not plan to train heavy cavalry for the time being. He had a group of strong barbarian warriors who could replace the heavy cavalry to a certain extent. Currently, the territory lacked light cavalry. Light cavalry could be used to scout, harass, sneak attack, and send messages. The weather was getting colder. When he woke up in the morning, there was already frost on the windows. Just yesterday, Sulen met another wandering hero in the tavern, Hunter. This was a small leader of a caravan. He used to do business in various places, so he knew the price of various goods. He was also familiar with the operations of a caravan. When Sulen invited him to join the caravan, the small leader agreed without hesitation. He then went to terminate his employment with the manager of the caravan. Sulen appointed him as the tax collector of the northern castle. He was in charge of collecting taxes from the caravans that came and went. Previously, Chris and Xian were in charge of this. Now, Barnes was in charge. However, he still had to report to Chris every day. Name, Barnes Loyalty, 82 Occupation, Merchant Tax Collector Level, 5 Strength, 6 Dexterity, 7 Spirit, 6 Vitality, 6 Charm, 7 Command, 20 Characteristics, Talent Appraisal, Observation, Listening, Actor, Trading, Glib Tongue, Decent Manners, Gossip, Shrewd. Merchant. He used to be a merchant. He used to do business in various places for a long time. This allowed him to know the price of various goods and the tricks that merchants use to evade taxes. Tax +1, Skills. Proficient in mathematics, proficient in law, basic swordsmanship, information gathering, intimidation, hidden compartment searching weapon proficiency. Swordsmanship 60, archery 75, equestrian 83 evaluation. This is a qualified tax officer. Any attempt to evade taxes will be detected by him. You will have to pay him a fee every month. With the addition of a tax officer, the tax collection in the territory was much clearer. Under Hunter's influence, those who tried to evade taxes were punished. The rate of tax evasion was greatly reduced. Sulen could already foresee that the tax collection in the northern castle would increase again. As a matter of fact, the structure of the officials in the North Fortress was not logical at all. There was no one in charge of the mayor, the chief of the guards, the garrison officer, or the steward of the fortress. Chris was actually in charge of the mayor and the castle steward. As for the guard captain and the garrison officer, Johnson and Boulder were temporarily in charge. In reality, the two of them were not qualified. There was also no one to be the diplomat of the territory. After all, the position of a diplomat was very important. To a certain extent, he was Sullen's spokesperson. Basically, all diplomats were born nobles. After all, this was an era of conflict between nobles. If you did not understand the etiquette and way of speaking, you would not be qualified to be a diplomat. Therefore, this position could only be left vacant. Perhaps he could train one himself in the future. Sulen had been instructing the slaves and vagabonds to build a stable for the past 2 days. The winter in the northern wastelands was still very cold. The warmth of the stable had to be kept up. Otherwise, when winter came, the horses would be easily frostbitten by the heavy snow. The stable was built in the southeast of the town. There was a large open space here. Sulen purposely brought a canal from the Red Sand River. He also selected 5 spearmen and 5 archers from the war spirits to be stationed here. Although there were only 10 of them, these war spirits were well coordinated and well equipped. They had no problem dealing with small groups of gnolls or bugbears. If a large group of them entered the territory, they would be discovered immediately. The barbarian guards in the territory would deal with them as soon as possible. The stable was built very quickly. Sulen purposely took the time to cast mud to stone on the stable and turn the walls of the stable into a rock structure. Soon, the stable was built. Stable, a place where the horses live and rest. A good resting environment can make the horses stronger. Clean and tidy +3. Energy recovery +2. Energetic +1. Disease reduction +2. Warm as spring +2. After the construction of the stable was completed, the centaurs who came to trade also arrived. Sulen ordered people to prepare 200 pieces of armor and 20 carriages for the trade, and then personally led them to the place agreed upon by the two sides. The camel beasts pulled the heavy carriages forward. More than 20 carriages formed a long line. Sulen and the barbarian guard were guarding by the side. There were also 30 war spirits next to them. It could be said that for this trade, Sulen had brought out most of the territory's power. He was not naive enough to think that he would directly send the goods to the centaurs because he had already agreed on the trade. There were no laws in the wilderness. Here, the power of the fist was the law. Persuasion was the law. If Suluin didn't prepare enough deterrents, even though the two sides communicated harmoniously that day, once a lot of interests were involved, he believed that the centaurs would absolutely not mind acting as bandits. 20 carriages of food and 200 sets of armor. Such a large amount of wealth was enough for the centaurs to take the risk. Don't think that they would care about credibility. The tribes in the wilderness rose and fell too quickly. They did not have the time nor the right to think about long-term development. Sulen would not use his goods to test the centaurs' credibility. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they would not be able to withstand the test. The location of the trade was a plain outside of Sulen's territory. The terrain here was open. As long as a few people stood on the nearby high ground, they could see everything within a few kilometers. There was no need to worry about being ambushed. Even if the centaurs charged, they would have enough time to surround the carts. Soon, a scout galloped over on a galloping horse and swiftly dismounted from his horse. "Monseigneur, I've already scouted the area. There are no ambushes around." "Scout again." Suluin nodded and said. The scout mounted his horse and galloped away again. The carts continued forward. After about an hour, the carts arrived at the agreed location. The centaurs also appeared on the other side. Sulen looked from afar and saw a black mass. Other than the war horses, there were at least 300 centaurs. On the other side, the centaurs who had just arrived also saw Sulen's carts. "Cain, is that the Lord who made the trade with you? To think that they only brought so few people. Should we just eat them up?" A tall and muscular centaur with a naked upper body and scars all over his body came to Cain's side and asked in a low voice, "Cantor, don't attack first. The fact that these humans can stand in the wilderness means that they are not weak. But we can test them first," Cain said after some thought. "If they are not strong enough, you know what to do." "Understood. I'll go now." Although Cain had seen the ogre shaman's head and Cryoptera's head on the walls of Northgard Castle, he had never seen these humans in action. He was still doubtful. After all, these short humans were not as strong as the orcs. They also ran slower. Other than being good at farming, they had no other advantages. Chapter 132. Sulen stood at the front of the group and saw a dozen tall centaurs charging over. At first, Sulen thought they were here to trade, but after a while, he realized that they didn't seem to be slowing down at all. Although there were only a few centaurs, when they charged, they had the aura of an army of thousands of men and horses. "Boss, something's wrong." Johnson's face changed as he came over and said, "Looks like these centaurs have other ideas." Sulen sneered. "Hey, do they think they can do it?" Johnson spat in disdain and said eagerly, "Boss, why don't we just deal with them directly? They didn't all come. They probably want to test our strength. If we're strong enough, they'll pretend nothing happened. If we're not strong enough, these centaurs will swarm us." Sulen's tone was relaxed as he waved his hand. The war spirits behind him immediately stepped forward. 15 spearmen stood in a row, their sharp spears pointed upwards. The other 15 archers also stood in a row, their arrows stuck half a meter in front of them. Then one by one, they knocked the arrows on their bows. 120 steps. Prepare to shoot 3 arrows. Shoot. Bang. With Suluin's order, the 15 archers instantly released the bowstrings, and 15 sharp arrows flew out in an instant. Then these archers did not stop at all. Their hands were like phantoms as they shot 3 arrows in succession. The 3 consecutive waves of arrows crossed the distance of 120 steps in an instant and then nailed into the ground. Cantor led the 50 centaurs and charged towards the caravan. Very quickly, 2 groups of soldiers came out from the caravan. Looking at the thin formation of the soldiers, Cantor couldn't help but sneer. Such a thin formation wanted to stop the charge of the centaurs, but when he looked up, he saw a row of arrows flying at him. Cantor's face changed. He leaned back and his hooves rubbed against the ground. As soon as he stopped, there were 3 rows of arrows in front of him. The closest one was less than half a meter away from him. Looking at the arrows that were half buried in the ground, Cantor felt cold sweat. This level of accuracy and strength was not inferior to the archers in their clan. Moreover, their discipline was even better. Cantor hesitated for a moment and decided to give up on probing the enemy's strength. It was clear that although there weren't many humans, they weren't characters that could be easily manipulated. Cantor did not continue to charge. He slowed down and continued to move forward, bypassing the arrows. It didn't take long for Cantor to arrive in front of the human convoy. After what he had just experienced, he no longer dared to underestimate these humans. When he got closer, he discovered that there was a group of barbarian warriors armed to the teeth. After seeing these barbarians clearly, Cantor was secretly shocked. Although these barbarians looked carefree, the aura of their leader was something he had only felt from the Grand Patriarch. No, it seemed to be even stronger than the Grand Patriarch's aura. But how was this possible? How could such powerful barbarian warriors be under the command of such an ordinary-looking human lord? While Cantor was still thinking, Su Luan asked, "Are you the one in charge of the Centaur tribe's trade?" "I am Cantor. I'm responsible for inspecting the goods. Hunter is in charge of the trade. As long as the goods are up to standard, we can proceed with the trade." Cantor looked at the shining armor with a burning passion. Sulen looked at the centaur and said to Johnson, "Of course you can inspect the goods, but you can't just look at ours. Johnson, take a group and see if their goods are up to standard." "Understood, boss." Johnson grinned at Cantor and called a dozen barbarians over to the centaurs not far away. The trade went smoothly. Sulen simply showed off his muscles to let the centaurs know how strong he was, and they obediently carried out the trade. In addition to 300 horses, 100 longbows, 300 pounds of gold, and 200 orc slaves. These orcs looked ugly. They had gray skin and coarse hair. They had hunched backs, low foreheads, and faces that looked like pig faces. Their lower canine teeth were protruding like elephant tusks. These orcs were about 1.8 meters tall. Their clothes were tattered, and there were many crisscrossing whip marks on their skin. As for the cat-eared girls that Sulen wanted, they had nothing to do with the orcs. He also learned from Hathaway that the cat-eared girls were actually war creatures. It was said that these war creatures came from some dark human experiments during the Arcane Empire in the last era. When the Arcane Empire was destroyed, the war creatures were freed. In the beginning, the bloodline of the war creatures was not very stable. There were often occurrences of atavism or collapse. It was not until many generations later that the war creatures were formed. The war creatures had a strong talent in some aspects, but they also had obvious shortcomings in some areas. In fact, the war creatures were just a kind of failed product of the arcanists of the Arcane Empire. However, after thousands of years of reproduction, the bloodline of the war creatures had stabilized. The wizards of this world had actually obtained part of the knowledge of the Arcane Kingdom. It was said that the legendary and incomparably glorious Arcane Kingdom was not the original inhabitants of this world, but a group of outsiders. They were conquerors from other worlds, and the original human heroes of this world were probably the servants of those conquerors. This was also the reason why the human heroes at the end of the last era were so powerful. Of course, the nobles scoffed at such a theory and sealed it off completely. All of the books were destroyed and burned, and only the Magi who had been around for a long time left behind some incomplete information. The nobles claimed that the human heroes were inspired by the gods or blessed by the ancient elves. Then it became heroes. It was also the gods who asked them to lead humans from darkness to civilization. In Sullen's view, the wizard's statement was actually more credible. Of course, the nobles would be stupid if they admitted it. It was like throwing their noble aura directly into a cesspool and then stepping on it. As a noble, Sulen had vested interests. Even he would make the same choice as the nobles. Sulen looked at the war creatures. These war creatures looked at the centaurs and humans with hatred, but he did not care. Northgard Castle had enough strength to suppress them. Chapter 133. After a while, the two sides finally completed the trade. The centaurs were very satisfied with the armor provided by the North Fortress. Many of them put on the armor right away. After the transaction was completed, Su Luan's team became more powerful. The 300 horses were mighty. Fortunately, these horses had been trained, and only a few people were needed to control these horses to keep up. It took them much less time to go back than when they came. The 20 carriages were almost empty. After returning to the North Town Castle, Su Luan arranged the war horses and then took out a centaur longbow to try. The centaur longbow was longer than the average human bow. It was about 1.5 meters long. In fact, this type of bow was not suitable for cavalry. The length of the bow was too long, and it was very inconvenient to ride on a horse. Very few human cavalry bows were longer than 1 meter. Only the centaurs with their special physique could use this type of longbow. The range of a normal cavalry bow and a centaur longbow was about a third or even more. Su Luan bought these centaur longbows for cavalry. From this, it was clear that the centaur light cavalry could easily defeat the human light cavalry. They could even kite the human light cavalry to death. That was the advantage of their race. The centaur longbow was made of purple fir wood. The body of the bow was very smooth. Because it was a weapon used by centaurs, it required a lot of strength to draw the bow. Without professional training, it was impossible to control it. Centaur longbow, hard bow, made with purple fir wood as the main material. This is an excellent centaur longbow. It took the centaur craftsman 3 years to complete it. It has a tenacity and range that far surpasses ordinary bows. However, to use it, one must have great strength, range, and power. Range +1, armor penetration +1, strength requirement. Su Luan came to the shooting range and stood about 120 meters away from the target. He picked up an arrow, knocked it, aimed at the target, and shot. Dong! A sharp arrow sank into the bullseye. Su Luan did not stop. He picked up the arrow stuck in the ground and shot at the target in front of him. Dong, dong, dong. Translator, WQL editor. Su Luan shot out 5 consecutive arrows. With the speed of more than 100 arrows, Su Luan was already very good at archery. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to shoot consecutive arrows. It only took him a few seconds to shoot out the first arrow to the 5th arrow. Su Luan didn't stop. He grabbed the arrows and shot continuously. There were 30 arrows in one quiver, and Su Luan used only half a minute to shoot all of them. All the arrows on the row of targets in the distance hit the bullseye. After a series of tests, these centaur longbows had an effective range of 1/4 to 1/5 longer than the best walking bows used by humans, and 1/3 longer range than riding bows. The centaur longbow had a maximum range of 330 meters and an effective range of 200 meters. The best range was around 120 meters. At this range, the arrows would have a high penetrative power. Only Su Luan's iron body bow was better than the centaur longbow in Northgard Castle. The longbows used by the war spirits had the same range as the centaur longbow. This kind of arrow could easily penetrate ordinary armor at a distance of 120 meters. Only armor made of steel could withstand this kind of arrow. Of course, the weakness of the centaur longbow was obvious. It required a lot of strength to draw these longbows. Normal people could not use them at all. They could only learn to use them after some professional training. The new archers in the camp could not use these bows yet. They could only use them when they leveled up. If they wanted to use them flexibly, they would have to level up to become elite longbowmen. Even so, the number of times they could shoot with these bows would be reduced. It might be difficult for others to find enough archers, but for Su Luan, it was just a matter of time. After 3 to 6 months of training, the refugees would become qualified recruits. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were physically weak, their recruit training would have ended in 3 months. After that, they would follow the barbarian guards to patrol the territory. After a few more battles, they would be promoted to longbowmen or elite longbowmen. After understanding the power of the centaur longbow, Su Luan had a clear understanding of the strength of the centaurs. If Sulen encountered a group of centaur longbow when he first opened up his territory, there was a 90% chance that his barbarian warriors would be wiped out. These centaurs ran faster than the barbarians, and their arrows were more accurate. As long as the barbarians did not have a chance to get close, the barbarians would be easy targets. If Sulen's territory had 1,000 elite longbowmen, even if there were 10 times the number of barbarians attacking the city, these longbowmen would be enough to wipe out the enemy. After understanding the strength of the centaur longbow, Sulen decided to expand his archer team. Of course, if he wanted to form a large archer team, he would need to increase the population. Although Northgard Castle had found many ways to increase its population, it still had less than 3,000 people. As time passed, the northern wastelands entered winter. When he woke up in the morning, he could see the white frost on the roof. When he went out, his breath was already white. Northgard Castle's winter came a month earlier than the other provinces in the south. After this month, it would start snowing in the northern wastelands. By then, the roads would be blocked by heavy snow, and the trade route between Northgard Castle and Cult City would be interrupted. Therefore, if Sulen wanted to increase his population quickly, there was only 1 month left. After that, it would be 3 months of winter. Not long ago, Sulen had obtained 300 pounds of gold from the Centaur tribe's trade. The gold could be cast into Kinnar at least 30,000 pieces. If he was greedy enough to mix in some other metals, it would not be a problem to cast an additional 10,000 pieces. After all, even the official Kinnar cast by the Kingdom of Florence was mixed with other metals. He planned to let Xian go to Cult City to buy a large number of slaves in the last month. Apart from buying serfs, Sulen also planned to buy slaves with various skills. After arranging a team of 20 war spirits and a team of barbarian warriors, Sulen asked Boulder to bring 15,000 pieces of Kinnar and follow Xian to Cult City. After arranging the caravan, Sulen began to think about the drows. It was already winter, and the drows had not experienced the cold winter in the northern wastelands. He wanted to recruit the drows, and this was a good opportunity. Chapter 134. Sulen decided to support the Centaur tribe. After all, if the Centaur tribe lost, the Orc tribe would take over their territory. Sulen's territory directly bordered the Orc tribe. He didn't want to fight against an Orc tribe with tens of thousands of people at this time. Maybe he would wait for another 2 years, when he had enough soldiers, and then he would fight against these big tribes. Orcs and humans were also enemies. In the past, it was humans who worked with the dwarves and elves to drive the orcs to those areas with bad environments. Over the years, the orcs all over the continent never gave up and returned to those rich lands. If Sulen's territory bordered the orcs, they would definitely attack his territory. But now that the Centaur tribe was in front of him, Sulen's territory could develop in peace. Sulen used the gold he got from trading with the centaurs to make coins. He mixed some copper and other metals into the 300 pounds of gold. Sulen even built a coin workshop for this purpose. The workshop wasn't big, but Sulen let Chris manage it to make sure the workers didn't embezzle anything. With a succubus who was an expert at manipulating people, Sulen didn't have to worry about the workers embezzling his money. In addition to the gold coins, the coin workshop also minted copper and silver coins. Gold coins were used for large-scale trade and were rarely circulated in the hands of commoners. Silver and copper coins were the main currency in circulation. With the development of the Northgard Castle, Sulen clearly noticed that the amount of money in his territory was a little insufficient. In fact, there was no other way. The number of freemen in Su Luin's territory was too small. Most of them were his serfs, so there was no need for currency circulation at all. It was also because of the trade caravan that the number of freemen began to increase. Coupled with the increase in the number of refugees, all kinds of products were abundant, and the circulation of materials in the territory gradually increased. Due to the shortage of copper and silver nars, Northtown Castle had to barter most of the time, which made it difficult to set a price for the goods. What's more, it was very inconvenient to trade. Therefore, Su Luan began to make copper and silver nars after noticing this. There are many types of currency in this world, and there was no unified currency. The exchange rate between countries was also different. It was very troublesome for merchants from different countries to exchange currencies. If they didn't clearly state which currency they were using during the transaction, it was very likely that they would be cheated. Therefore, those merchants who did international trade were very familiar with the currencies of various countries. It was not easy to become an international merchant. Even in modern society, there were counterfeit currencies. Naturally, there were counterfeit currencies in this era as well. For example, brass was used to pass off as gold. In fact, what was more troublesome was the inferior currency. Originally, the difference in gold content between different countries was already a headache. However, there are also some privately minted gold coins. Most of these privately minted gold coins were lower in gold content than the original currency. Naturally, it was more difficult to settle the transaction. The Kingdom of Florence used a kinner, silver, and copper exchange rate. 1 kinner could be exchanged for 20 silver nars, and 1 silver NAR could be exchanged for 20 copper nars. Although it was a little troublesome, it was still acceptable. However, the exchange rate of some countries made people want to kill the people who set the exchange rate. For example, the Desert Kingdom northwest of Florence used a gold coin for 12 silver nars, and 1 silver nars for 20 copper nars. People who were not good at math would make mistakes when shopping on the street. There was also the exchange rate in the hexadecimal system, which was even more frustrating. In fact, the goddess of wealth in this world issued a standard gold coin. However, these gold coins were mostly circulated in the south of the continent and in the areas where sea trade was popular. The exchange rate of the goddess of wealth's gold coins was decimal. There was no temple of the goddess of wealth in the Kingdom of Florence yet. Of course, Su Luan was not stupid enough to use this method of exchange. If he was not worried that those merchants would not accept it, he would directly change the ratio of gold NAR to silver NAR to copper NAR to 10. The simpler the exchange rate, the more convenient it was for ordinary people to use. In order to make the circulation of goods in the territory smoother and more prosperous, Su Luan directly asked the craftsman to make 100,000 copper nars. It just so happened that he obtained a lot of bronze weapons when he wiped out the gnolls and kobolds. These things could be used to make coins. At the same time, he also made 10,000 nars. These coins would be distributed to the refugees as remuneration for their labor. In fact, the coinage industry was very profitable. After all, the gold and silver content in gold and silver coins were not pure. Hathaway had already finished making the leather armor and cloaks made of the Stormwind Tiger's skin. The 5 scouts each received a cloak, and the remaining one was given to the captain of the archers in the war spirits. The 12 leather armor were rewarded to the barbarians. With these cloaks, the scouts' detection ability and survival ability were greatly improved. Camouflage allowed them to scout closer, and haste and featherfall allowed them to escape faster. The barbarians who received the leather armor put it on under their iron armor. This way, not only could they use the enchantment effect of the leather armor, but they could also gain the defense of the iron armor. With haste and the barbarians' charging ability, the speed of the barbarians was already faster than that of a horse. If they were to face the centaurs now, with the speed of the barbarians, they would be able to catch up with them easily. In close combat, the centaurs were not a match for the barbarians at all. Not to mention, the 12 barbarians had already leveled up to the peak of their profession, Greytac Berserkers. Su Luan had always been vigilant against the centaurs. In this wasteland, even the humans could not be trusted too much. What if one day, the centaurs and the orcs suddenly reconciled, and both sides turned against him? The barbarian warriors who got the new equipment were very proud and arrogant. Sometimes Su Luan couldn't help but want to kick them. After driving the barbarians out to patrol, Su Luan went to the incubation room to check on the Cryopterus eggs. Ever since the Cryopterus eggs began to hatch, Su Luan would come here every day to check. At the same time, he would also replenish the Cryopterus eggs with ice elemental stones. After a period of incubation, The inside of the incubation room had changed greatly. The 150 square meter incubation room had turned into a world of ice and snow, which was the best environment for Cryopteris to hatch. Chapter 135. The ice elemental energy in the incubation room was very dense. A bone-piercing chill could be felt as soon as he stepped into the room. Sulin picked up the depleted cold moonstone and replaced it with a new one. This kind of low-level ice elemental crystal cost 30 kinur. Basically, one cold moonstone could be used for 2 days. If he wanted to hatch these Cryopteris, just the cold moonstone alone would cost him more than 1,000 kinur. After replacing the new cold moonstone, Sulin checked the 13 Cryopteris eggs in the incubation room. There was nothing wrong with the 13 dragon eggs. The life force and ice elemental energy in the eggs were slowly increasing. This meant that these eggs were in a normal state of development. If the life force in these winged dragon eggs weakened or stagnated, it meant that these winged dragon eggs were most likely dead. Some skilled hatcheries might have a chance to save these eggs, but Sulin could only watch. After checking the winged dragon eggs, Sulin stood up and left the room. After telling the 2 barbarian warriors to guard the eggs carefully, Sulin continued to patrol the other parts of the camp. The sugar refinery was right next to the Lord's castle. The sugar produced by the refinery was the biggest source of income for the northern fortress. However, the sugar trade had ended this year. As a matter of fact, the wild sugar beets collected by the northern fortress were almost used up. The territory controlled by the northern fortress now had a diameter of 20 kilometers. The areas close to the northern fortress had been cleaned up. If they wanted to dig up more beets, they would have to look further. Beets were not weeds that could be found everywhere. During this time, the teams that went out to dig for beets were getting less and less. In order to accumulate enough raw materials, Sulin had sent out more than 20 teams of 600 people. The sugar workshop could produce 20 pounds of sugar a day. It could produce 600 pounds of sugar a month. Other than sugar, there was also a lot of waste honey and beet residue. The waste honey was sent to the brewery on the other side to make rum, and the residue was used to make silage. The Northgard Castle had raised over 100 bison and even more spotted antelope and giant antler deer. They consumed a lot of vegetables every day. One of the most important tasks in the territory was to store the food. Many of the slaves bought from Cult City were proficient in breeding. Although they had never reared spotted antelopes, buffaloes, and giant antler deer before, after a few months, they were familiar with their habits. After the harvest of the territory, in addition to harvesting potatoes, the leaves and vines were also chopped up to become their food. It could be said that Sulin's territory had formed a simple industrial chain that connected all the resources in the territory. Beets could be used to extract sugar, and the remaining honey could be used to make wine. Beet dregs could be used to feed livestock, and the manure of livestock could be fermented and used to fertilize the fields. Thus, a somewhat crude industrial chain was established. As long as the Northgard fortress didn't make any mistakes or get attacked by the monsters in the wilderness, the place would continue to prosper. After inspecting the workshops and farms, Sulin went to the smithy. There was a blast furnace near the smithy. One could see it from afar. Because of the technology, the blast furnace couldn't produce steel every time. After all, Sulin's knowledge was limited. He could only rely on the blacksmiths to figure it out. Sulin came here to forge a new weapon. After becoming a legendary, his spear was no longer suitable for him. The dwarves and elves were the best blacksmiths in the world. Both races had mastered the forging method of low-carbon steel and carbizing steel. Weapons made with carbizing steel were naturally +2, even if they weren't enchanted. Bruce was the best blacksmith in the Northgard Castle. Sulin was going to customize a new weapon and ask Hathaway to enchant it. There were very few blacksmiths with superb skills, and even fewer who could forge legendary weapons. In order to forge a legendary weapon, one would need to have superb blacksmithing skills, some extraordinary materials, a skilled alchemist, and a bit of luck. Only then would one be able to forge a legendary weapon. Although Bruce's skills were good, he wasn't a master yet. Hathaway was only an intermediate alchemist. Alchemists needed to constantly experiment and accumulate experience before they could level up. In other words, they needed a lot of materials. It was impossible to forge a legendary weapon with such a lineup, unless the goddess of luck was smiling at you. Sulin was going to forge an advanced magic weapon. Bruce, you can forge rare weapons now, right? Sulin came to the smithy and asked. If I have the materials, I'm 80% sure. But I don't know alchemy, so I can't enchant it, Bruce said as he wiped the sweat off his face. You don't have to worry about the enchantment. I'll find someone to do it. Sulin waved his hand and said, I have a weapon blueprint here. See if you can make it. Sulin spent 1,000 kinner to buy a blueprint for the purple dragon halberd from the system store. He also bought meteor iron, tungsten steel, and amethyst to forge the weapon. The set of materials cost him 5,000 kinner. The weapons in this world were divided into normal weapons, rare weapons, and legendary weapons. Normal weapons didn't have any bonuses and were considered common weapons. Rare weapons were also called magic weapons. The lowest grade was +1 enchantment or +1 enhancement. For example, the battle axes used by the barbarians were +1 sharpness. Experienced blacksmiths would occasionally forge them. They were considered excellent weapons and were much more expensive than normal weapons. The centaur longbow that Sulin bought last time was +2 equipment. These equipment were also called low-level magic items. As for +3 weapons, Sulin's iron body bow was 1. It was a medium-level magic equipment. Sulin was preparing to forge the purple dragon halberd. If he succeeded, it would be a +4 high-level magic equipment. The lowest grade of legendary weapons was +5. As for the legendary weapons, Sulin hadn't seen them before, but he guessed that they would be +7 or +8 at least. After getting the materials, Bruce prepared to forge. But first, he picked up the blueprint for the purple dragon halberd and looked at it. The purple dragon halberd was a half-moon halberd. In fact, there were even more powerful weapon blueprints in the system store. For example, the sky halberd, dragon's courage spear, ghost god sky halberd, and so on. However, the lowest grade of these weapons was legendary. The required materials weren't sold in the system store, and there weren't any master blacksmiths to make them. So, in the end, he chose to forge the purple dragon halberd. P.S. I'm really not her disciple. The main character, Ishan, Apprentice to the #1 Fairy by Zyru. The author is a serious person who never steps on the brakes. Chapter 136. After Sulin prepared the materials, Bruce began to work. He needed to refine the materials first. Most rare weapons were made with the 100-fold forging technique. Some skilled blacksmiths could create cloud patterns while forging the weapons. The steel made with this technique was called cloud pattern steel. Sulin prepared meteor iron, tungsten steel, and amethyst. They were all rare materials. It was not easy to merge them perfectly. Bruce called all of his apprentices over. There weren't many opportunities for them to observe the forging of high-grade rare weapons at such a close distance. It would be very helpful for them to master more advanced skills. The furnace was burning fiercely. Under the urging of the hydraulic blower, the temperature in the furnace was getting hotter and hotter. Standing in the blacksmith shop, waves of heat waves assaulted their faces. Putting the materials in the furnace and adding all kinds of accelerants, the furnace's temperature soon rose again. The materials in the furnace soon turned red and softened. Then, he took them out and began to hit them. Sparks flew everywhere, and a rhythmic sound was heard. Sulin did not wait for Bruce to forge weapons. Instead, he went to inspect other places in the territory. After more than a month, the first batch of bricks was finally done. The foundation of the outer city wall of the North Castle had been built. Now that there were bricks, the progress could be sped up. In fact, other than bricks, the outer city walls of the North Town Castle were also made of slag. Every month, the blast furnace in the blacksmith shop would produce a lot of slag when it was producing iron ore. The slag was very hard, so it was very suitable to build the city walls with some adhesive materials. Because the outer city wall was too big, if he built it with rammed earth and then converted it with mud to stone, he would not be able to convert much of it with his current mana. Mud to stone could convert earth into stone. The more he converted, the more mana he would need. The outer city wall was at least 4 kilometers long. Each section was 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. Su Luan could not change much at a time, but after using the masonry structure, he only needed to transform the cement between the masonry into rock with mud to rock, and the magic power consumption was reduced at once. Of course, it would take longer, but the advantage was that Su Lin didn't have to stay at the construction site all day long. The Beastman laborers from the Centaur tribe were also arranged here. With these strong Beastman laborers, the construction of the city wall sped up a lot. Because there was nothing urgent, Su Lin had been very relaxed these 2 days. Chris had taken care of most of the things, and he only needed to confirm the rest. Master, these are the coins that were just produced by the coin workshop. While Su Lin was hiding in the study and watching attendant Qin, Chris came in with a delicate box. Throwing the book aside, Su Lin stretched and hugged Chris in his arms. He sat down on the chair again and buried his head in her broad chest. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the box and checked it. Chris had long known Sullen's preferences, so she wasn't surprised by his sudden attack. "Are these the coins they made?" Su Lin said as he played with a few coins. There were 6 coins in the box, 2 gold, 2 silver, and 2 copper coins. Su Lin picked up a copper coin, which was the smallest value. The copper coin was slightly green and had a good texture. Compared to the copper coin that was circulating next to it, it was better in terms of appearance and quality. Next, Su Luan checked the other coins. The silver content of the silver coins was the same as the silver coins circulating in the kingdom, 80% silver and 20% other metals. The same was true for the gold coins. Su Luan did not intend to make a large number of inferior coins in his territory. The consequence of this was that the people did not trust coins and resisted the use of coins. They would still use the barter method, which was completely contrary to his original intention. In the kingdom of Florence, many nobles with real power would privately make coins. Although those nobles who made inferior coins would earn a lot of money in the beginning, it wouldn't take long for the trade in their territory to wither quickly. No merchants would trade with them. A gold NAR was 80% gold, but its face value was pure gold. Su Luan had made 20% of his profit from the coinage alone. He didn't intend to make inferior coins like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, such as white sugar and liquor, which were in high demand. Make the coins according to these. After checking it again, Su Lin decided on the style of the coins. Okay, I'll ask them to start making them in large quantities. Chris got out of Sullen's arms lightly, then gave him a flirtatious wink and ran away with a smile. Su Lin tidied up his tight clothes and left the study. The blacksmith shop was bustling with activity, and the clanging sound were very rhythmic. Bruce's eyes were bloodshot, and his bare chest was dripping with sweat. His skin was red from the heat of the furnace, but his expression was very excited, and he was directing the many apprentices to get busy. There were all kinds of rare materials beside him. Forging extraordinary weapons didn't mean that all the materials had to be extraordinary materials. Many of the auxiliary materials were just some rare minerals. Forging didn't directly mix all the materials together. If it was done this way, there was no other possibility other than wasting materials. The forging process in this world was still very magical. During the forging process, various catalysts or some strange things would be added. The purple dragon halberd used some Cryopterous blood to quench it during the forging process. The weapon was originally red, but after entering Cryopterous blood, it quickly cooled down. A burst of ice element energy instantly even lowered the temperature in the originally stuffy blacksmith shop by dozens of degrees. After the second quenching, Bruce heated up the metal again and hammered it again. The hammering was very rhythmic, and it seemed to have an indescribable charm. After hammering for a while, the metal was heated up again and some new materials were added. Under this repeated hammering, the metal became more compact. Strange patterns were faintly discernible during the forging process. All kinds of rare materials were added one after another. The meteor iron and tungsten steel had long been fused into one, and now a new kind of alloy was formed. Bruce was completely immersed in the forging process. This was a very rare opportunity for a skilled blacksmith. In this state, the blacksmith skills would be greatly improved. If the forging process was successful, then Bruce's craftsmanship would improve tremendously. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a blacksmith master. Sulen didn't disturb Bruce, who was immersed in this special state. He also drove the apprentices who were about to wake him up to watch, leaving only 2 people to assist him. The clanging sounds seemed to converge into a piece of music at this moment. The purple dragon halberd was also slowly taking shape in this state. Chapter 137. It was not easy to create a high-grade rare weapon. Without enchantment, the blacksmith master's work was the limit. Any higher would require magic enchantment. Magic enchantment was a very magical thing. It had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It could add some magical power to the weapon. There were many monsters and powerful creatures in this world. Ordinary weapons could not hurt them. For example, a real dragon. Ordinary weapons could not leave a mark on the scales of a real dragon. There are also some elemental creatures. Ordinary weapons were also ineffective. Take the fire elemental elder, for example. Ordinary weapons would turn into molten iron as soon as they got close. Only rare weapons could hurt them. Bruce's eyes became more and more bloodshot, and his spirit became more and more excited. Sulen was worried that his body could not take it, so he asked Hathaway to make him an energy potion and a strength potion. Although Bruce's blacksmith skills were extraordinary, his strength was not strong. He was only a low-grade warrior. Continuous high-intensity work without sleep for several days was likely to cause serious damage to his body. Maybe after he finished forging the weapon, he would exit that strange state and become a cripple. He did not want a blacksmith master to become a cripple. Soon, 5 days had passed. Bruce did not sleep for 5 days. Although he had the potions provided by Hathaway, he still looked thinner. However, he still looked excited. The blacksmith apprentices had already taken turns to help here. Even so, these blacksmith apprentices looked a little dispirited. Sulen came here every day to check. Finally, on the 6th day, Bruce's face showed a trace of satisfaction. Clang! The hammer fell. A single-sided crescent halberd covered with cloud patterns and shimmering with purple light appeared on the workbench. The halberd's body was simple. There were only some decorations like fish scales, which were used to prevent slippage. The crescent blade on it had been sharpened. The cloud patterns around it made it look very mysterious. Sulen took a look at it and fell in love with it at once. He reached out and grabbed it. The weight was just right. Sulen skillfully brandished the spear and directly hacked at the black iron stone used to test his saber. Whoosh! A section of the black iron stone was directly cut off. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. This kind of black iron stone was used to test the saber and was extremely hard. Ordinary sabers and swords would only be able to leave a shallow mark on it. But this purple dragon halberd was actually able to easily cut through it. Sulen held the halberd horizontally and looked at the crescent blade. He saw that there were no marks or gaps on the blade. It was still shining with cold light. Sulen looked at the purple dragon halberd in his hand with satisfaction. This weapon could be said to be the strongest weapon he had ever seen. Phew, I'm finally done. I'm too tired. I'll take a nap first. I'll take a nap. After Bruce finished forging, a strong sense of fatigue suddenly hit him. His whole body was sore, and his eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't open them at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed and fell backward. Fortunately, Sullen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He caught Bruce, and the 2 blacksmith apprentices beside him quickly went forward to support him. Sulen thought that this guy was exhausted. After hearing the snoring sound and finding that Bruce was just overly tired, he was relieved and let the 2 blacksmith apprentices take him back to rest. Purple dragon halberd, type, spear weapon, unenchanted, +3 item grade, middle rank magic item. It is a powerful weapon made with forged steel, meteor iron, tungsten steel, and purple crystal as raw materials. It is quenched with the blood of Cryopteris. Requirements: Strength 14 or above. Additional effect: Sharpness +3, Toughness +3, Armor penetration +2. Looking at the attributes of this weapon, Sullen's expression was also very surprised. This weapon had reached the limit of a middle-rank magic item. However, this weapon itself did not have any elemental damage. Of course, its additional sharpness and armor penetration were already very strong. Level 3 sharpness and level 2 armor penetration. Even steel plate armor could be easily broken by this weapon. This weapon was not completed yet. Sulen left the blacksmith shop with the purple dragon halberd and walked towards Hathaway's laboratory. Whether this weapon could become a high-rank magic item or not depended on the enchantment effect of Hathaway. After arriving at Hathaway's alchemy laboratory and telling Hathaway the requirements of the weapon enchantment, Sulen put down the weapon and left. This kind of high-rank enchantment could not have the slightest mistake. Sulen naturally could not stay here. If there was a problem and caused the enchantment to fail, the power of this weapon would be greatly reduced. At that time, even Bruce might not be able to forge such a peak middle-rank weapon again. After coming out of the laboratory, Sulen suddenly felt a little cold on his face. He looked up and saw snow falling from the sky. It was snowing in the northern wasteland. Sulen stood on the balcony of the castle and looked at the sky outside. At this time, it was already snowing heavily. The caravan led by Xian had been gone for more than half a month. At this time, they should be on their way back. However, they encountered this heavy snow, so the time of their return would probably be delayed. He was not worried about the safety of the caravan. He was worried about the slaves that he bought this time. If the snow was too heavy and Xian did not prepare enough cotton-padded clothes, many of the slaves would definitely freeze to death. The territory's population was not enough to begin with. He did not want to lose any more people. Have the winter supplies in the city been distributed? Sulen asked casually. According to your instructions, it has been distributed, Chris said. I've already made sure that everyone has cotton-padded clothes. At the same time, every household has been given charcoal to warm themselves. Moreover, the houses we built have good insulation. This winter, no one will freeze to death. Xian will definitely bring back a large number of slaves. Have our living quarters and cotton-padded clothes been prepared? I've prepared for 3,000 people, Chris said. That's not enough. Double the number. The winter in the northern wasteland is very cold. Those refugees who can't survive will not give up any chance to live. When the time comes, there will be a lot of people. Xian had brought 15,000 gold nars with him this time. A slave of the lowest grade would cost around 2 gold nars, while a slave with a certain skill would cost between 50 to 100 gold nars. He must have bought a lot of slaves this time. I'll have someone arrange it. Chris nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor, followed by a knock on the door. Come in, Chris said. Monseigneur, there's an urgent military report. A man dressed as a scout walked in and said. Sullen's heart tightened. The scouts he sent out had been investigating the movements outside the territory. It seemed that another tribe was about to make a move. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.